I was having some technical problems there. It's a curse of this business called YouTube and technical problems. But we're here, and I've just watched a couple of videos. Just watched Stuart Gillam's video. Sorry for being late. I've got the glasses on, obviously. Just watched Stuart Gillam's video with regard to focuses a lot on baby C and. Well, just watch it. I mean, maybe many of you probably will have watched it already. And talks about Gibbs and Bowen as well, and the likelihood that Gibbs is probably quite responsible, or to a degree responsible, for the death of that child and the failure of resuscitation, for not dealing with the bowel obstruction, or that even positing the idea that there was a deliberate injection of air, that they could have aspirated that air from the baby's stomach as well during the resuscitation, and it was deemed to be not an effective resuscitation. And then before that, I watched Andy Hale, which no doubt many of you will have seen already, I hope, or perhaps you will have, talking with David Rose. And it was a fantastic interview. I wonder what other people think about it. Would anybody like to comment on it? I'm going to put the link. I don't want to go sort of jabbering on about it, and I'm just interested to see what other people think about that interview. And that it's only part one, really, and it was ended at a crucial point when they're going to talk about what's happened subsequent to the convictions, I think, in part two. Hello, Next Realm. How are you? Hope you're doing well there. Hello, everybody else that's listening. As usual, I've kind of done this semi-impromptu. I actually did it with like 20 minutes. Hi, Astrid. Hello there, Astrid. And everybody else there that I don't know the names of, but because I don't see exactly everybody that's on. It just says a number. 18 people. Oh my gosh, 24 people. But it's great, Chris. I mean, I really would recommend. And it's had a huge. Yeah, good to see you as well. Yeah, it's been a really nice day. I hope you've had a good day there. No, watched that video, and then yesterday evening watched Peter Elston talking with Michelle Warden. And then I was watching the video that A Liberated Mind did, which really gave me a lot of pause for thought about this idea of the apparent agreed fact. And I'm still trying to figure it out, what that might mean. And I don't think there was one. But I also don't think that there was the right level of opposition to. Maybe it's easy to say with hindsight. I just don't think Ben Myers had I described it as the get all fluff over me, getting all fluffy, the wherewithal to combat it. There was some report from that. I should have prepared better, but that organisation that monitors the laboratories for accuracy. It's like they said they had a certain level, they had the knowledge that was going on, but they didn't have that example that recently came out with regard to this 800, only 800% differential. Just a small thing. What I'm going to do right now. Oh, hello, Turquoise Blue. Hello there. Lovely to see you all. Good to see you all. And what I'm doing right now, Astrid Jones is. Oh, I keep forgetting to do this. I keep forgetting to click on the comments because they do this. Oh, if I double click on them, show. Yeah, that's it. Show. Astrid says, in my opinion, Michelle's testimony is amongst the most powerful I have heard so far. Yes, I agree with you, Astrid. Honestly, Sorry, honestly, her alone blows most of what the prosecution said out of the water. Yeah, I think that's very well said. Very well said. And then Chris says, I got to take these glasses off because I'm getting like long-sighted or something. I put them on so I look a bit more, rather than just like being totally random, like a bit more intellectual, but I can't pull it off. That report misled the trial. The report. Which report was that, Chris? Sorry. Was that the report? This report misled the trial. Or the reports? Yeah, the various reports. Would you mind expanding a little bit on that, Chris, about which reports in particular? Or the blood glucose, sorry, yes. Yes, in respect of the immunoassays. Yeah, it did mislead them. Yeah, thank you for following up on that. But I think it did mislead them but there was nothing. Myers didn't seem to have a way of saying. This is what I was trying to say in the video the other night. He didn't have a way of like blasting them out of the water completely, did he? He didn't seem to have the ability to say, or to convince the jury, or to even, it didn't even feel like he, absent the whole trial transcript, it didn't feel like he had the information to be able to say, listen, jury, I can tell you exactly why you mustn't consider those immunoassays at all. Like I said, he made this kind of little foray into Anna Milan and said, well, what about this? What about this note in red on the documentation? You've got to send it to Guildford and you've got to do this mass spectrometry, And she just goes, oh, it's just advisory. And then, it seems to go nowhere. I don't think it goes anywhere, does it? Because I don't think he comes back to her and says, what do you mean advisory? What are you talking about? It's either a thing you have to do or you don't. I just feel he doesn't feel strong in combating that. Wouldn't query lab results. The smoking gun. Yeah, that's very true. That's very true. Gosh, there was so much in Stuart's video there. It's brilliant how Stuart does it. Stuart Gillum does it very, very evenly and calmly and very forensically, because I think he's got a background in health and science, hasn't he? I think he has in medical science. Turquoise Blue says, I've got to do the showing thing. Because the jury believed the doctors versus the lawyer. This is what's so fascinating about the Andy Hale interview. And I think Andy Hale is obviously a lawyer, because he said he's represented people. And he's asking these questions as someone who doesn't know anything about this case. And that's what makes that interaction so powerful, because David Rose is really on top of a hell of a lot of this, isn't he? And he's got a source or multiple sources getting information to him that we don't know about and we haven't known about thus far, including this thing about, what does he say? We need to, Jairam's email, we need to pique the interest of Cheshire Police. We've got to sell it to them. Hi, Tea Break with Tasha. I hope anyone that would like to come on. I'm putting the old thing here. I'm going to try to read all the... Yeah, that's right, Turquoise Blue. They did, unfortunately. And Next Realm says, Myers needed a medical expert. Well, absolutely. To go up for the defence and argue against the insulin poisoning theory and the unreliability of the acid test. Yes, I agree with you. They didn't have the person, and it would seem, maybe I'm wrong about this, but would it not seem that Professor Mike Hall is not that person. Even had he called him, Professor Mike Hall isn't an insulin expert, so that even if he'd called Professor Hall, he still wouldn't have been the right person to specifically deal with the insulin assay and its reliability. Oh, the specs. Yeah, I'll put them back on again. Oh, God. It's giving me a headache, though. No, I can't see anything. They're for distance, but that's it. Thank you. I loved your recent... I said in a comment, Tasha, I really liked your videos are great, and I really enjoyed watching that the other night. And the next realm says, yes, Stuart's video is great as Gibbs has managed to keep a fairly low profile. Yeah, that's really good. I remember, I just watched it just now, so it's fresh in my memory. And Stuart says he's been given a relatively easy ride thus far. I did that daft song with a Dylan sort of thing, and I go like, oh, Gibbs was asleep. Well, it was this idea that, and this goes right back, and I shouldn't say that I know this kind of stuff, but it was said at the time, right back in 2023, and I don't know exactly where this came from. And the phrase that was used about Gibbs was he had 1 foot out of the door. So he was doing this job, but he was kind of not semi-retired, but what does that phrase mean? 1 foot out the door. And it was the idea that junior doctors and other people who had been left there without the senior cover, they kept on, and it seemed to be him. This is what the area of discussion was around that Science of Trial days. It was the idea people were ringing Gibbs up at home. It always seemed to be him. I'm not saying it was exclusively him, and it probably was others as well. But that was the talk, that it was Gibbs that was always at home, and people were ringing him up and saying, how do you do this? And they didn't have the people there to... Anyway, so I'm rambling on too much. Hi, not blonde Swede. It's finally being dealt with. Yes, it is, isn't it? It is. Cheers, tea break with Tasha. Hi, Marianne Littlejohn. Hi, everybody that's there. I'm glad we're unmasking the narcissists. That's a really, really clear and potent and accurate description of what's happening. That's exactly it. Hi, Marianne. Seems to be endless amounts of them. Well, yeah, there's no shortage of them. What an awful thing that Nurse Lucy Letby was writing. I don't want to use animals as sort of analogies, but she was in the den of the narcissist, essentially, wasn't she? And had those, I mean, presumably her first 3 years there had been sort of relatively uneventful, or had they? And this brings up the spectre of 2014 and the sad death of baby Noah, in which Dr. B was, well, not just implicated, but she was the supervising doctor, and so it was the doctor that she was supervising and herself had caused the death of baby Noah. And I believe Operation Merlin Falcon and other people I know it's supposition, and maybe it's wrong to do it. I don't know if it's wrong or not. It's a suspicion that something begins then. So it doesn't just start in June 2015. There's a history there. I don't know. Marianne Littlejohn says, the subterfuge, deceit and toxicity is beyond the pale. Without a doubt, Marianne. Absolutely beyond the pale. And once they're on this train, once the police are involved, they can't get off it. They can't backtrack. They can only go forward. Tasha says, anybody would like to join me? I'm ever so lonely up here. No, I'm not lonely because you're all here. Lovely chat. But here's the link anyway. tea break from Tasha says, I can't bear to think about how she must have felt. I want to say more about something struck me about Stuart's, well, many things struck me about Stuart's video just now and the other videos I've mentioned. Yeah, awful, Tasha, yeah. Off license. That's a good name, off license. Mark, surely the coroner must get, well, yeah. He retired, didn't he? What was his name? George Kokai. And there's this guy, I'm going to start making up names now, and I'm not doing it deliberately. Who was the guy above the... Well, there's the pathologist, that's George Kokai, but the coroner, was his name like Rheingold, or it was something like Rhein something, Rhein. There's so many names, I've just forgotten them, can't think of them all. And then you've got all the initials as well, that doesn't help, does it? ZA, V, B, and some of them got multiple pseudonyms. Yeah, I mean, well, he didn't form this. Other people have said this. I mean, this is what Andy Hale says to David Rose. I think it's a stunning interview, that because of the dynamic of somebody not knowing anything about it and how staggered he is when he hears it, every point after point that David Rose makes to him, he goes, no, that didn't happen, surely. He's staggered by the fact that in a case like this, Lucy Letby was essentially left undefended in terms of not having any medical witnesses called. And then David Rose says, oh, well, Myers, he laid some blows on the prosecution. And Andy Hale, who's obviously a lawyer, probably has worked in defence. I don't know if it's defence and prosecution, but he goes, in a 10-month trial, the jury aren't going to remember that. They're not going to remember just like, oh, that's a little win there, or a little point. Oh, he laid a blow on him there, like it's a fight. But what they will remember is that litany, or that team, that stream of so-called expert witnesses. But there we are. Chris says, often think of them working on that unit, maybe chaotic, no teaching for junior doctors. That's right. And even there was that case, and I can't remember which baby it applies to. Was there not that? Well, I know there was that case, but I can't remember which initial or number, if it's Thirlwall. But wasn't there a case of 6? I believe there were 6 attempted intubations, and then the level 3 doctor, I think, came from either Liverpool Women's Hospital or Alderhay, and then did it straight away. But I remember it might have been Dr. McConville going through all of them, and it came from other sources as well. That I think there were 6 in-house Countess of Chester Hospital medical staff made attempts, but none of them could do this intubation. I'm not saying it's easy. Oh God, I wouldn't know where to start. But they are there to do that, aren't they? But that's the point. They didn't have the skills. They didn't seem to have the skills, and that takes us back to Baby K and this undersized breathing tube, doesn't it? That's got a 96% air leak. Didn't he say something? Didn't Jairam say, well, yeah, that's kind of within acceptable, that's kind of an acceptable figure. This can't work, can it? You can't have Dr. Shu Lee. Someone's going to have to be the arbiter of this. You can't have Dr. Shu Lee saying, it's madness. It's like trying to blow up what did the analogy you use? Is like using a straw down a long tube to blow up something further away. So you can't, it's not working. You can't have a 96% air leak. And you've got this other guy, Jairam, saying, well, no, that was all right. We work with that. That's fine. Who is the arbiter going to be? I mean, who? If all the legal people aren't medically trained, who's the arbiter of that going to be? I mean, it seems common sense that Shu Lee's right, doesn't it? But who legally is the arbiter of that? Anyway, sorry, I'm rabbiting too much. It's so much easier, Marianne Littlejohn says, to pin the blame on one person rather than looking at the faults in the system. Absolutely. It's classic, isn't it? It's a classic scapegoating situation. Not blonde Swede says, just loads of people pretending they are doing their jobs. Yeah. I mean, there's the understaffing aspect of it. It's the fact that they're not. It's a dangerous level of not being covered, isn't it? That's what it is. There was that one example, I forget which article it was from, and they talked about a weekend in which there was only one registrar covering obstetrics and the neonatal ward, and there was one junior doctor there. So it was like not even a skeleton level of staff. There were no consultants. There's just there's nobody there, and you've got these babies that, as Dr. McConville and others have said, that should have been in the level 3 unit, and there's just, anyway, we know, don't we? It's just, I have personal experience with the managers who scapegoated. Yeah, it's the kind of atmosphere of fear, the culture of fear that seems to be going on. And the next realm says, I really struggle to believe that because Lucy was there for a lot of the deaths, this alone made Breary so viciously determined to target Lucy. There has to be something else in it. I agree with you, the next realm. I agree with you, there has to be some genesis of this, some kernel or development of it. Operation Merlin Falcon and others have said, and I think this way, and I might be just completely wrong, but it's just a suspicion. It's something to do with baby Noah, and it's something to do with the idea of Nurse Lucy Letby breaking rank in respect, because through 2015 and 2016, all that's going on in the background all the time. What's happened to baby Noah? Who's responsible? Where's it going to go? It's a process that's running through that unit, and there's an awareness of that all the way through. And is there a sense that somebody said something they quote unquote shouldn't have done, but really should have done according to their duties? But did they break an unwritten rule, as it were, according to those other doctors? If that makes sense, I don't know. I don't know what you think, next realm, about. I'm not so convinced by the idea of the individual doctor making a sort of an intimate pass at Lucy and being rebuffed. I don't know. I don't think it's that. I think it's to do with the medical aspect of things. Thank you for these brilliant comments. It's great. And the discussion. You can tell she's traumatized, but absolutely. And I know there's a danger of saying things like, I'm going to say it though, because there's so much else we've got as well to talk about. But when you see Nurse Lucy Letby being led from her home in that state of shock, she's absolutely in a state of shock. I'm seeing an innocent person there, without a doubt. And it's just, that's my intuition, and I'm sticking by that, and I've always stuck by that, and then everything else has come on top of that. But I just see her. That's not a guilty person. I know that I know there's a danger of saying, well, that's just a mirror image of somebody saying, oh, you can see she's guilty by the way she looks or the way she's acting. I know that there is a danger of people saying, well, you're just doing the opposite of what other people are doing. But that's not all we have, is it? I mean, that's there as well. Sorry. Elia says, thank you everyone for standing for Lucy. Yeah, more and more people are, all the time. I really recommend people to watch the discussion between Andy Hale's show, is it the Andy Hale's podcast, and David Rose, really on top of so much, and it's very hard to keep on, without like referring to notes. He's on top of a hell of a lot of it, isn't he? And I'm just curious, as I think we probably all are, as to, there's a line of communication or multiple lines of communication he's getting from people that are possibly still inside Countess of Chester Hospital. And then we have Not Blonde Swede. People rarely believe the victim. I know it's an awful thing. Once all that kind of opprobrium and an attack on someone, there's something quite dark about the potentials in human nature to I'm not saying, well, I am going to say it. A lot of people just join in completely unthinkingly, and just kind of, true crime, as you know from YouTube, it's a massive aspect of YouTube and the sort of culture actually as a whole. And I think a lot of people just really, at some level, they're enjoying I mean, I watch a lot of like so-called true crime as well, but it's almost as though they don't want their story being taken away. They don't want to be denied their serial killer story that they're wedded to. They're wedded to it, and it's a complicated human responses going on there, isn't there? Really. Am I talking a lot of rubbish? I hope I'm not boring you all, but I'm trying to get to the comments because that's what's most important. Because that's really important to do the live thing, is to get other people talking, conversing in the chat and on the screen, and the mixture of that. It's the conversation, isn't it? Where was I? Tea Break with Tasha says, I think there's more to it. I think there is. There's a lot of hinterland here. There's a lot of backstory that we're probably never going to know it all. We're not going to probably know a lot of it ever. Welcome as well, Maria Crespo Markova. Welcome to the stream and the chat here. And you're saying, hi, I followed the trial, didn't believe the prosecution or the consultants, thought I was an alien. So happy to see the tide starting to turn. Yes, no, that's really great. I mean, I'll tell you, I was following the trial as well, but I didn't follow it from the beginning. I came in the second half, effectively. But I don't know, I'm not shy to say it. It was a very, very strong instinctive feeling that there's something really wrong here. There's nothing wrong with that, is there? Because what we're doing here collectively it doesn't just stay with that. We're not just saying, oh, we've got a hunch. But look where it is now. The tide has definitively turned. When they are not in power. Oh, Yes, when they are not in power, the victim. Thank you. That's a follow-up from your last comment. Thank you. Sorry if I'm getting a bit behind here. And Henry Macaulay. The adversarial system is so flawed. It is. But then you've got the system in Holland, which was I'm not sure, is that the inquisitorial system, or is it something? I remember Professor Gill talking about the differences between the Dutch system and the British, it's called English law, isn't it? But it applies to England and Wales, and then you've got Scottish law is slightly different. I wonder, I just thought of this just now. The Scottish system, they've got this third possibility for the jury to say not proven. Do you think, I'm not saying that had this been tried in Scotland, do you think everything would have come back as not proven? But do you think if the jury had had an option of not proven, they would have, I know they didn't reach a decision on, I think there's 21 charges, wasn't there? 22, 21. And you end up with 7 and 6, 13 convictions. So I think there's 2 not guilties and there's 5 or 6. They didn't reach a decision. Obviously, Baby K's retried in the following summer. But do you think, everybody, that if they had a not proven option, a lot of these the jury would have found them as not proven? I don't know. But yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, sorry, Henry, that in Holland with Lucy Letby, that was a series of judges that seemed to make that decision. So it's not that the other decisions are flawless, and I know you're not saying that they are. There seems to be potential pitfalls with any system that we've come up with so far. But there's definitely improvements we can make. I believe what the panel of experts said is this, Aaliyah, that's the panel of experts related to Dr. Shu Lee, isn't it? I'm assuming. Hello, Ellie. Hello, everybody in the chat. No other comments. Cheers, not blonde Swede. And what's this say now? Elia says, "Wow, your nickname is similar to mine. Yeah, that's lovely." Tea Break with Tasha says, generally, no more than 3 to 4 attempts at intubation should be made before considering alternative airway management strategies. After this, help should be sought. That's a policy, absolutely, yeah. Yes, I remember the figure, certainly 3, I thought, was it? Yeah, 3 or 4, but certainly not 6. What would the other strategies be? So the help that they sought in that particular instance was the representative, was the doctor from the level 3 unit on their way, and they were it was about getting the baby ready for transportation, I think. And so the level 3 person's coming to, I'm not sure exactly how this works, but I'm assuming that when they go to the transport, when transport's organised, somebody from the level 3 unit's going to be coming with that. It's not just going to be like an ambulance driver, is it? And the baby in the back on their own. So it's going to be somebody accompanying that baby with sufficient skills. And presumably in that instance that I mentioned, when they came and they intubated that baby after all those attempts. And then we're back to that, the other baby, and I can't remember all the initials, be honest, but you'll know the one I mean, the one that had, sadly, that was had haemophilia, and then you had the expert witness on the prosecution saying, well, denying the fact that the intubations could cause bleeding in the throat because the charge was that there was deliberate trauma to the baby's throat. none of it makes. I mean, even to a non-medical person, it stares you in the face straight away. Gosh, I've been talking for, well, I've just not, but we've all been talking for 35 minutes. But would anybody like to join me in this on this little screen thing? What we've got here. No, I absolutely agree, Tasha. Very close, Elia. And Elia says, so you just got to click on that link. Yes, that's true. Lucy is a scapegoat, especially her patients could not speak. That's the other thing. And I know this might get a bit mystical, but, you know, I'm not pretending to be anything. I'm not medical. I'm not legally trained. So, but I do have the sense that, I think I've mentioned this before, and I think other people have as well, that those babies knew what Lucy Letby's intention, what Nurse Lucy Letby's intentions was to them. They experienced her soul, as it were, acting with them, and they, as this, I mean, I know not everybody believes in this sort of thing, but their souls go on, and they, where they are saying, no, this isn't true. This didn't happen to us. We weren't attacked by this innocent person. And I believe that's got some kind of spiritual weight, obviously has a huge spiritual weight to it, and it's part of what's pushing things forward, I think. That innocence. I hope that doesn't bother anybody, me saying that, but it's just my personal view. I don't know if it's speculation, it's kind of it's an article of faith, isn't it? Astrid Jones says the bottom line is, I don't know if there's more to that, I'll check that. Yeah, the patients couldn't speak, that's really important. Elias says, do you believe Lucy is innocent? Oh, I'm talking to Ellie. And then Turquoise Blue says, Lucy was filling too many Datix. Well, yeah, absolutely. Too many Datix, too many. And who knows what else? Who knows what else? I'm having a glass of port. You didn't need to know that. It's just sort of... Vivian. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing that, Vivian. Follow the Datix. Lucy was unwittingly blowing in the whistle whenever she found a Datix. Well, that's true, isn't it? Because the Datix, it's one of those situations, isn't it, where... Do you mind me mentioning a little personal story? No, I'll maybe I'll do that later. I'll tell you, because I'm getting behind with the but absolutely, Vivian. Datix is important for patient safety. Astrid Jones says the bottom line is, sorry, yeah, that's the continuation. Those consultants were not prepared to stand in front of the families and say, the reason your babies passed away is because of our complacency and at times sheer incompetence. Yes, very good point. They weren't, but they were. And this is something we don't know. It's kind of known unknown. Which of the babies, which of the parents related to those babies on the indictment were being represented? And I've forgotten the name of the law firm. I thought it was just like a local Chester firm, but apparently I think they closed that branch in subsequent years, but it's a kind of one of these law firms that is very powerful, I believe, that has many offices. It might even be, I think it might even be multinational. But which of those parents related to which babies on the indictment were being represented in? And you know, when you get the when you look at the media reporting, when it's first announced, and this is the announcement that allegedly is Dowie Evans' first wake-up call to this going on, i.e. that police are involved, police are investigating. That's when the representative of that legal firm in the article. It would be in the Chester Standard. Says we're all shocked by this. Essentially, we're representing a number of the families. They're after answers here, and then we don't know where all that goes, and we don't know how that intersects with. We don't know how that intersects with the current number of medical negligence cases related to the neonatal unit, which were standing at, I think the figure was 18 of them in the years 23, in the tax year or the financial year 2023 to 2024. That doesn't mean they will happen in that year, because there's this, not lag, but they can be in the works, as it were, for many years, can't they? Could some of those go back to the this is all the surrounding information that we don't know. Hello there, Ashesh Sen. Sorry if I've mispronounced that. Ashesh Sen 1. I recognise your name, but I'm not sure I pronounced it right. Oh, it's a message for Not Blonde. Reminds me of a song called "What's Up" by the Four Non-Blades. What's up? Do I know that song? Maybe. It's a great song to put in the introduction for Lucy Letby documentary. What's up? Oh, the Four Non-Blondes. Yeah, I've heard of that group or group. Yeah, I have. Elias says, I've also witnessed firsthand how the blower can be treated like the whistleblower. Yeah, of course. I don't know if I'll get into the personal story a bit later. I'm not saying I was a whistleblower, but I was sort of constructively dismissed from a sort of one job once related to healthcare / care work, because I kept on. They weren't Datix reports, but I kept on putting things in the diary that were wrong about what was going wrong, and but just doing it too much. even though on the first couple of days of the job, when you're training, they say, well, you've got to put it all down there. You've got to put everything down that you're worried about. But then you do it, and they say, well, not that much. And that's why these systems are sort of kind of fake systems, aren't they? It's there in name only. And how can we quantify that? How can we quantify how many Datix reports should have been made about whether it's in neonatology or whatever other unit it is? How can we ever know that? Because people are almost like self-censoring, especially if they're nurses and they don't want to upset people that are gonna fall out with them if they sort of raise certain issues. Anyway, sorry, I'm talking too much. So someone lower down at the totem pole had to take the flak. Yes, well, but weirdly it wasn't. But on paper, are we right about this? Am I right about this, or are we right about this? Nurse Lucy Letby was their stalwart mainstay, one of the most, not necessarily the longest serving, but one of the most highly qualified nurses related to. She was able to look after the most high acuity babies, wasn't she? And pointed to do that. That's something that came up with the, I'm forgetting people's names now, the brilliant other statistician that did the video, and I did a kind of video response, and I said, because he was factoring in all these things to do with the amount of hours that Nurse Lucy Letby did, but there's also the acuity level, isn't there? She's also more likely to be around babies that have greater needs and who are more vulnerable to crashing and potentially sadly dying. And if you're doing a statistical model, then that's got to be somehow quantified, I think. Okay. The next realm says, could be. I don't think it's to do with the suggestion he made apart. Oh, sorry, yes. It's about the past. It's more likely what you said, the Datixes she filled out, but it's also so shocking what he did. It's still so shocking what he did. They all seem really weird to me. These they're mostly guys, but they're not exclusively. Obviously, they've got this mysterious Dr. B. I don't think anyone's ever mentioned their name. I know we're not supposed to, I don't want to. But this McCormack guy, like I was saying the other night, and this came up with Peter Elson talking to nurse Michelle Warden, who was a band 8 nurse, wasn't she? And she was saying about this McCormack, who was the consultant in obstetrics, saying, "Oh, he's a colourful character, and he's kind of likes a joke and everything." And September 2015, he's just saying, "Oh, well, either you're running a terrible unit or there's a serial killer there." That's September 2015, and I just think this pushes it back into the idea that it was both a serious thing for them, but it was also a matter of just gossip and dark humour. And I remember Dr. McConville saying in a podcast, he said he thinks, in every hospital there's someone that with a kind of gallows humour, dark humour that goes on that's almost like a necessary part of dealing with the job. Someone's designated Dr. Death or Nurse Death, and it's not necessarily they're not meaning it literally. They're not meaning it literally that it's going to end up with a Detective Hughes rocking up. It's just the idea that somebody's kind of unlucky, really. Unlucky that. And that's what, isn't that? Yeah, that's what Dr. A says too in one of the WhatsApp messages to Nurse Lucy Letby. You're just unlucky. You're just unlucky this has happened to you. And some of her colleagues say that to her as well. You've had a bad run of luck of being the person that's there. Oh, God, there's so much that's hideous about this. And then they all change tune, don't they? I believe in experts' opinions. Yeah, well, I do as well, Elliot. But not the ones that were on the prosecution side in the trial. So glad I found a community standing for Lucy and what's right. That's what we are. Well, that's what we absolutely are, is a community. Hello, Georgina. Nice to see you. And great to see you there. Hello, Melanistic Marble. Yeah, Elia says, world-class doctors said that Lucy Letby. Yeah, absolutely. And it's more, sorry, I'm not trying to quibble with that. I'm just trying to think what it really means, what they're saying. It's like, it's not only that she's innocent, she can't be guilty. Nobody can be guilty of deliberate harm. Some people could be guilty of medical negligence, couldn't they? Some of the doctors, potentially. Whether it will come to that, I don't know. But what they've said effectively is that it's not that it's an impossibility that she's guilty, and it's an impossibility that anyone is guilty of it. There's no crime. But what the police did wrong is they failed to. This come up in the interview with David Rose and Andy Hale, and Andy Hale is obviously an attorney or a defense attorney or maybe both. He says, well, what do the police know about this, the medical side of things? What do they know about it? Well, of course, and we can't expect them to know about that, but they didn't. There are certain, as lay people, as a lay person, and us, and there's many people here that obviously with medical backgrounds, nursing backgrounds and so forth, but there's obvious things that they should have done to test the rigour of somebody like Evans. And the thing that's always stood out to me is that what you do not do is send Bowen Evans's reports. If you're interested in testing, but that they weren't interested in testing Evans's rigour. They just wanted it rubber stamped, really. And they knew. And it was Bowen's first gig at this. It was her first go at being an expert. And all those dynamics come into play, I think. Would anybody like to join the chat on the video? You don't have to be on a video. You could just be on audio if you want to. No pressure. Hi, Georgie. So I'm just going to, what does Melanistic Marble says? I just finished watching the Andy Hale podcast. He said David Rose has some crazy stories. Yeah, he was astonished. That's what's so fascinating about that, because you can see Andy Hale's consternation, and he's flabbergasted about how this was possible. It doesn't make sense to him as somebody from a legal background, how it played out, how it was brought to the court, and then how it played out in the court with the lack of any. I know he's there in the background, Professor Mike Hall, but if he's not there in the witness box, then the jury aren't seeing him. Because Stuart Gillen makes the point in his recent video that a lot of the points that Myers is bringing to bear in his cross-examination are obviously coming from the argumentation of Mike Hall, and he's been filled in. He's been kind of coached in a lot of that stuff, hasn't he? Because why would Myers have that medical background that the Lovely wouldn't? But he can still argue the points. But it's not the same. It's not the same as not having Dr. Mike Hall there. There's so many things you could talk about that. Crazy stories, yeah. Astrid Jones says, the consultants at the COCH wouldn't be fit to serve Professor Shu Lee and his expert panel their lunch. No, well, but they're all very happy with themselves, aren't they? They're all very quite smug about that. There's something complacent about them all. Whereas have you noticed that with Shu Lee and some of the other people that have spoken at the first Mark McDonald conference, there's a kind of humility there. There's a genuineness, where there's a kind of capriciousness and a kind of light-mindedness and I don't know, what would you call it? An arrogance. There's an arrogance with a lot of these other ones. And I'm guessing you need to be a bit arrogant, or think you have to be, or it comes across that way when you've got a lot of stuff to cover up. Dr. Breary must have found the expert opinion very difficult. Oh, you mean the recent revelations of it all? Well, presumably is he still working at the COCH? I believe he is, isn't he? I'm wondering if he's just shutting his ears to it all. Does he have kind of legal representation? Sort of? Well, you know this thing about the I always get the phrase mixed up. The manslaughter charges that were suggested in a kind of non-specific way about who they may pertain to. Yes, it's management, but it could also relate to medical management roles as well, couldn't it? Could relate to Karen Rees, could relate to, but why wouldn't it relate to the neonatal lead and the paediatric lead, i.e. Breary and Jayara? Tasha Creates. Hello, Tasha Creates. Tasha Creates says, nice surprise to get home to. Positive vibes for Lucy and all her supporters on this sunny end of term. Oh, is it the end of term? Oh, it's Easter holidays, isn't it? Yes, that's right. It's been a beautiful day today here in Somerset where I am, and I hope it has where you are as well. Hi, Bernie Rowlands. And thanks so much for letting me know about the brilliant video that I've finished watching today with David Rose and Andy Hales. And Bernie Rowlands says, cheers, Tasha Creates. Bernie Rowlands says, I think Lucy knows more. Her Datix reports weren't getting past Breary. This is another factor. That's a really interesting point. What else might Lucy have said if she had been given free rein rather than just someone that's asked questions of, that has to stay within the bounds and perimeters of a question, what else might she know and be able to say that she was possibly advised by her counsel not to go near? And then we're into the territory of Myers saying to the court, well, this isn't about criticising the NHS. And then that leads back to this very early perception that Myers and co were acting with, quote unquote, one arm tied behind their back, and that there were many NHS lawyers buzzing around that trial. And what was the outcome of that? What did that mean in practice? It's another version of protect the NHS, but it's protect the NHS from, I've always thought, a potential domino effect, not just COCH, but about maternity services, neonatal units across the whole country, which could be crazy sort of effect, really, that could, well, it could not break the system in terms of people bringing medical negligence cases, possibly. I don't know. Well, but that's a great point, Bernie. Not blonde sweet, I appreciate it. Sorry for being a big black and white. I'm not sure what that means. But I'm sure we'll find out. Oh, a bit black and white. Sorry. Thank you. I'm with it now. Well, I know. You don't need to be sorry. No, it's all opinions are welcome, and express yourself however you would wish to. Really. And if people want to be on here and actually bring their viewpoints as to why they think Nurse Lucy Letby is still guilty, or why not talk about that? I mean, yeah, be up for that, of course. As long as it's not sort of you're a bunch of ghouls and misfits. Well, what are you doing? You need to. You're sick. You can't do anything with that. Do you know what I mean? If they leave a comment and they go, well, you're a sick bastard, and what the hell are you doing? You're evil, and you're supporting an evil person. You can't argue with that. That's not an argument. Obviously. Anyway. Claire Davidson. Hello, Claire. Welcome to the stream. Do you think David Rose will publish the emails he has from Jairam et al. Trying to further embellish their lies? I think so. He says to Andy Hales in that YouTube, doesn't he? He says, I'm giving you a kind of scoop here. That's kind of my version of what he's saying. It hasn't been published yet. What I'm giving you here, because he's obviously had interactions with this, with Andy House before about another case, different case altogether. And he says this hasn't been published. I think it's going to be in his next publication. I don't know to what degree he'd be able to copy and paste it, as it were. Do you think he might fall foul of some kind of data protection thing? I don't know how all that works. I've got no idea how all this stuff works, because there's obviously somebody giving him, and not just him, obviously Sarah Napton and Rachel Aviv. There were people that we don't know, or maybe we know some of them, but we're not meant to know them. They were being given information, weren't they? They have been, and it's an ongoing thing. This thing about the tide turning, it's not just, it's within those systems as well, and it's within that hospital as well. Okay, would anybody like to? I put the link there. I think what you have to do is, we don't have to do it. If you click on it, then you can come and be be up here, or anyway, let me get back to the comments, which is really important. Viviane says Lucy didn't realise she was pissing them off with her Datix entries. She was shocked when they turned against her. She may not have realised Breary fancied her. Well, that's true. There could have been some of that going on. There's all kinds of stuff, potentialities. It doesn't have to be either or, doesn't it? It could be that plus that. Plus the thing with Dr. A, that's another strange sort of thing. Was that a subject of gossip? I know they kind of playfully, Nurse Lucy Letby's colleagues playfully kind of ribbed her, but it was in a kind of a jocular way about Dr. A's attentions, as it were. And she says, no, it's not like that. He's just a friend. So she thought he was just a friend, but with friends like that, who needs enemies? But on the doctor's side of things, in that network, was it something else? I don't know. Elia says the nurse who reports issues via Datix was not appetite. Yeah, so I'm taking from that, Elia, that it wasn't appreciated. No, that wasn't appreciated. You're meant to do it, but don't do it. It's what I think. This is what I don't know if people are familiar with R.D. Laing, who was a psychotherapist, stroke psychiatrist back in the. Well, I think he trained in the 50s actually, but he became quite well known as kind of an alternative. I don't think he was a psychiatrist by the end. He lost his ability to practice as a psychiatrist, but he's a writer and a sort of a philosopher as well, really. But he talks about the untenable position, the idea that whatever you do, you feel like you're in an impossible position. So Nurse Lucy Letby's conscience told her that she had to report those things, and her training certainly did. But the realpolitik on the ground, if she would have been like perhaps some of the others, I can't say, but perhaps some of the others, she wouldn't have done it as much as she did, because it upsets people, even though it's the right thing to do and what they're told to do. Anyway. Hi, Aidan Wellsmith. Roman versus common law. I'm not familiar with I'm familiar with the terms common law. I don't know what Roman law is. I've heard of the term, but I perhaps you could tell us more about that. That sounds really interesting. Is that in relation to juries, or is it a broader aspect than that? Do you agree? Yes. Well, I certainly agree. Yes. If when you say appetite, Elia, I'm assuming you mean that they didn't have an appetite for it, they didn't appreciate it, they didn't want it. Yes, I do. It's or there's all these unwritten rules to say, well, you can do it now and again, or do it about yourself, or do it about another nurse, but don't do it about the paediatric lead. Don't do it about Dr. B. Don't do it about Jayaram, or don't do it about 3 in a row for Gibbs, or whatever it happened to be. You're pushing it now. Although none of those should apply, obviously. None of them should apply. All those people, all the doctors concerned, should want everybody to fill out those Datix forms. They should positively want it. But they're more in a defensive role, aren't they? I hope I'm not wittering on too much here, but I'm trying to engage with the statements being made here. There's double jeopardy in the UK, so the Scots system is irrelevant. Double jeopardy. I thought the double jeopardy rule, Aidan, was superseded, wasn't it? I thought this double jeopardy idea is that somebody can't be retried for something that they've been found not guilty for. But I thought there was a test case, and it's more than a few years ago now, in which the double jeopardy so-called rule, as it were, was superseded. I think that's correct. Maybe other people can help me out with that. The Scots system, yeah, I mean, it's irrelevant in the sense that it doesn't come under Scottish law because it happened in Chester. But thank you for bringing that up about the double jeopardy. This is shocking for me. Yeah, it is shocking. It is shocking. Tasha creates. We have instincts for a reason. Our body responds to multitudes of signals we can't cognitively understand. Absolutely. When I first saw and heard Dr. Dowie Evans speaking, the alarm bells were going off physiologically and psychically in my head that this person is is a con man, essentially. I don't care whether he's trained as a doctor or not. He's operating, to all intents and purposes, as a con man, and he's not to be trusted at all. And hi, Jonathan Brown. Hi, thank you for being here. Jonathan Brown says, there's a new video today by Art of Law. Yeah, I saw that come up. I need to watch that because I don't understand what privilege means. Will Lucy Letby waive privilege? And why would she need to do that? Can anybody help us here now? Because I haven't seen that video. Or can you, Jonathan, about what privilege means in relation to the law? I mean, I've got that on my list to watch, but I just haven't seen it. I'm aware of the Art of Law channel, and I've watched some of his videos before. I hope you're all having a good evening. Gosh, there's 66 people. Oh, that's an interesting number, 66. I'm not going with the 666 thing. It's just the multiples of 3 is auspicious. Elia says, nurse reports issues, and for her report, she was scapegoat. Yeah, absolutely. I think so. I think that's right. I just wonder if there's more, though, even more than the Datix. I know Operation Merlin Falcon is very, very strong on the idea that related to the 2016, the early 2016 CQC report, that there was essentially, maybe not just one, maybe more than one, but one main, perhaps, person that was kind of letting them know what the issues were on the unit from a nursing point of view. And it is a supposition because it's not there in black and white, but it's a potential inference that it was Nurse Lucy Letby that was possibly telling them things which found their way into that report. But Operation Merlin Falcon is the guy that's got into the CQC reports more than anyone, I believe. Tasha Creates says, instincts, alarm bells are our body's warning that there's danger, absolutely, and we ignore them at our peril. You're absolutely right, and the older you get, I mean, you shouldn't ignore them. You shouldn't. And even if they're wrong sometimes, so what? You've saved yourself, and sometimes it's best to err on the side of caution. Absolutely agree with that. Aidan Wellsmith, if the jury had been given the correct probabilities, she would never have been convicted. Same for the latest evidence about the doctor's incompetence. Yeah, there is that aspect to it. The difficulty with probabilities in terms of, I agree with that. It's very important because even though they try to roll it back, and Dewey Evans says, oh, it's nothing to do with statistics, they'll end up saying, oh, it's nothing to do with air embolism, it's nothing to do with, that every fence that falls for them, they keep saying, oh, that wasn't the reason. And what they left with. But anyway, back to the statistics. Just in respect to what they're calling crashes or sudden health deteriorations, if they're not logged, if they're not formally logged, across this indictment period, you could have 100 of them. You could have more than 100 of them. But what are the criteria for them? So how can we even begin to create a statistical model based on who's around when crashes happen. If we don't even know, I mean, deaths are more, obviously, by their nature, they're more distinct, and obviously what happens before the death is usually the crash. Obviously they attempt resuscitation, but the number of crashes is an unknown. I don't even know if it's an unknown known, because who's setting up the criteria for them? What's a crash to Gibbs might be something that Jayaram would say, oh no, we're not going to call that a crash, or Breary would say something else. In other words, we're back to language again, back to definitions of language. But anyway, sorry, I'm probably jabbering on a bit too much. Chris says fiscal may not have taken this, or like the procurator fiscal, is that you're talking about, isn't it, in Scotland? May not have taken this to trial in Scotland. Postmasters not taken to court. Oh, right. Postmasters not taken to court in Scotland. Really? I didn't know that. That's interesting. Because there was a different level of proof required, or that they had analysed the... Jonathan Moore's here. So, hi, Jonathan. And I'll add Jonathan to the... I'll try to keep up with the chat as well, as best as I can. Hello, Jonathan. Lovely to see you here.
Hi.
Hi. It's lovely, clear picture you've got there, and it's coming through loud and clear.
Oh, brilliant! Yeah, I'm doing it on my mobile this time rather than through my computer, so it works much better.
Oh, it's marvelous! It's perfect. It's like I don't know, 6G or whatever they call it. I don't know what it is.
No, it's great to meet you at the protest
doing?
in person, and it was a great day, wasn't it?
It was really good, and it was really well organised, I thought, and I thought you did a fantastic speech. You gave a speech there, didn't you?
Yes, I did. Yeah, thank you. Yeah,
that was marvellous, and I think they've all been recorded by different people. I don't know if you've seen that, but
yeah, there's been lots of coverage. I was very pleased.
There was the BBC were there, but they didn't actually. I don't know if did they cover it to a certain degree. They did, didn't they?
Yeah, not too much, but Channel 5 and people did. So yeah.
Yes, I'm going to try to do multitask. I'm not great at that, so I'm going to try
don't worry, yeah.
Also do some, and it'll also give us things.
Yeah,
to
do
talk
that.
about.
Do yeah.
Organic Carla says, defo something deeper. Oh, like in respect of the motivations for targeting Lucy, I think. Staff thought Lucy might have rebuffed advances from Breary, Jayaram, because couldn't think of any other reason why the doctors had it in for her. Lucy herself denied it, though. She did. She said, I think in a discussion, I think it was with Karen Rees, I believe, when it was put to her by Karen Rees, and she said, no, it's nothing like that. I think Lucy Letby was said to have said, so it's hearsay. It's nothing like that. Let's go back to the point that I was trying to make. I don't know what you think about this, Jonathan, that whether Nurse Lucy Letby was advised by her counsel not to stray into certain areas, and that she may have had more things that she could have said which potentially could have helped her, but they decided it was like not politic for her to speak about them, for example, or criticize the unit too much, or criticize doctors too much. What do you think about that?
No, I absolutely think that's the case, because when you're on the witness stand, it's a really, really horrible tightrope that you've got to walk, because you just can't make any mistakes. And if you say anything that's going to be detrimental, then the council's just going to pounce on it and just dig you deeper and deeper into a hole. And one of the reasons everyone says, oh, she was so, she was so emotionless, she sat there completely still. She probably was completely right, because she was following the instructions that she was given. Just don't give anything away, because you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. I mean, you just can't win. You've just got to, if you're too emotional, that's not going to play well for you. If you're not emotional enough, that's not going to play well for you. So cross-examination is a totally no-win situation. And so she probably was advised about certain things, and they said, well, be very cautious with that, because if you go down that avenue, you could be in real trouble.
Absolutely. I can well imagine that. And because there this is what it bothered me a lot on Twitter, for example. There were a lot of commentators and mainstream journalists who were saying, well, it's as though they wanted her to perform, in a sense, to perform her grief, to perform her outrage, to like tear her hair or
Yeah,
start screaming or
yeah,
shouting. But it's almost like they were using fictional models or models inside their heads, about theatrical models about what they wanted to see, and
yeah,
not appreciating the forum, as you've described it there, Jonathan, about how you may be advised to behave, plus the state of shock that she's in, plus the fact that she's got to keep focused and be able to remember everything she's been advised to say as well, isn't it?
yeah.
Or needs to say as well, you know.
But I mean, Judith Moritz said, you know, she said, oh, well, she was just appalled. It was a car. Judith Moritz described it as a car crash. She said, oh, her cross-examination was a car crash. I tell you, she did incredibly well.
Yes,
Every cross-examination,
yes,
every good barrister is going to make you look foolish. I go to court cases all the time.
yes.
Barristers just make experts and people they're cross-examining look foolish. And I think Lucy did incredibly well, actually. When you consider she was there for 17 days, I mean, 17 days in the witness box. I've only ever done half a day. And after half a day in the witness box, I am absolutely psychologically and even physically completely torn to shreds. And I've only done half a day. How you can
Extraordinary.
do that? And the other
Yeah.
thing that's just so incredible is that she had to get up at about 5 a.m, get in the prison van, drive 2 hours in a prison van, get to the court at 7 o'clock in the morning to make sure she wasn't late, sit in a horrible holding cell in the basement of a Manchester Crown Court, come up, have 6 hours of being cross-examined, and then go home 2 hours in the prison van, and she goes home to nobody. She goes home to a completely empty cell, no
Mm.
support, no nothing. I mean, she's a complete hero. I don't know how anyone has the strength to do that. It's incredible. I mean, I just take my hat off to her just for standing up to it. And I just think anyone who says, oh, it was a car crash and she didn't do very well, they have no idea what it's like to be cross-examined in that sort of pressure.
I agree. It's a complete lack of imagination, a complete
Mm.
lack of empathy there, and you know, you compared yourself there, and obviously, I totally appreciate that it is a very tense situation, and you've got to remember everything that you prepared. But this is also some of the stakes for her are
Oh, stakes are
beyond
a
off the
million
scale,
times higher
aren't
than
they?
anything I've ever been in.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry, and she's had 2 years. She's been in prison for 2 years. She has almost like not an identity, but she's seen and has been seen essentially as a prisoner, and is living as a prisoner. So
I know.
that's her status. There's I I can't remember the name of the journalist now. She's a well-known journalist. I can't remember her name, but she said something to the effect of, she didn't defend herself. It was strange. It was strange. I mean, this is such a disjunction between what she's actually doing. She's trying to negotiate all these accusations and trying to stick to the facts of the matter as to what she remembers and what she doesn't remember. What else can you ask of someone?
Absolutely. No, I think she did incredibly well, really, in the circumstances. It's unbelievable, really.
It it
Unbelievable.
it is. I, I've I can't remember where I saw it, but it was a recent video, and somebody was talking about an exchange between her and um,
Nicholas,
Nicholas Johnson, and he comes off as sort of just this spiteful, vicious character, and she's solid in her responses, factual, solid, and
absolutely.
resilient and powerful, and with a sense of dignity, actually, you know.
I mean, that's right, because really, as a barrister, you should be going for the facts of how did these babies die? How was this murder? Talking all about sort of text messages, going commando, all this sort of malarkey is just, in many ways, it's taking up a huge amount of court time to divert away from what the jury should be considering. He's diverting them away from where their consideration should be, and that's that's unforgivable, really, I think.
I think it's unforgivable, but I think it raises another potential. I never really, since you've mentioned that, it's would you need to do that if you were absolutely sure of all your other facts? Why would you need to do it even?
Exactly. You wouldn't. Exactly. That's exactly it. They didn't have all the facts at all. I mean,
No,
was,
they didn't. It's
yeah,
performative. It's a
yeah.
performative action to what he wanted to do is to destroy her to the extent
He
it
wanted
was a
to
it's like
absolutely
a theatre of
discredit her in front
cruelty,
of
you
the
know.
jury. So the
Yeah.
jury, it was a total exercise in discreditation. That was all he was trying to do, to take any credibility she had away, and therefore that the jury would decide she was a murderer just on the basis that she has certain text messages with her friends. Well, actually, I tell you, most of our text messages, if they were published, would be far worse than anything she exchanged with her friends. So
Well,
it's
they
just,
would be. They
yeah,
would be, Jonathan, and also the idea, especially in that age group, she was 25, the way people use social media, WhatsApp messages, Facebook. It's just, you know, let's have a look at Jayaram's social media.
yeah, exactly.
Let's have a look at Dr. B's social media
Yeah.
and
There's something
the
else you
messages
said
that
then,
they
which
send. Yeah.
something else you said then, which really, really, really is one of the reasons I'm still so passionate about it, and it's that the fact that her personal identity had completely gone. Because I went to the second trial and I saw her in the dock, and every time she came up or down, she had to be escorted by prison guards. She had 4 prison guards all around her, and it was just the saddest thing. Was this lovely nurse had been
Yes.
converted completely into a very, very high profile, apparently very dangerous criminal. And that must be unbelievably difficult, especially when you're innocent, to actually have to manage that. And again, she did it with such dignity. She really was so dignified when I saw her in the dock. It was just incredible.
Thank you for telling us that you actually saw her there, and this brings into question, I think, a discussion that I've heard in various videos comparing the American system, in which
Yeah,
there isn't
absolutely.
a doc, so you get the defendant sitting with their counsel and their representatives on a table on a level, so they're not seen as sequestered and
Yeah,
brought in by guards. They're not brought. I mean, there may be guards around the courtroom, but they're not. This isn't like the prisoners surrounded as though they're about to sort of leap out and attack someone, and
yeah.
that has to change in our system as well. I think we should model ourselves. Watching a lot of American trials, as I have, it's a completely different view. It's a completely different visual sense there about the defendant. It isn't presented as someone like who's a caged animal, essentially. You know, they've
Well,
just
that's
been
exactly
brought
what she
up.
looked like, a caged animal. That's just awful.
Yeah,
It
it is
just
awful.
it just felt absolutely awful. My heart went out to her. It just felt so awful. Yeah, yeah. No, it really changed everything. Ever since that, I've never. It haunts me. It really does. It haunts me the way she was treated. Just haunts me.
I can tell, Jonathan, and that's. I think that's what links a lot of us, or probably all of us, together. Is that I believe it is anyway, from the way people write and speak about it, is that we're haunted by this, and we're haunted by there's a horror to it,
Mm,
and it's got
mm,
to be. It's not an academic exercise we're engaged in, but there are obviously a lot of factual elements to deal with. But it's I don't know. It just really it's very disturbing, isn't it, as a
mm,
whole?
mm,
You know, the cruelty at work here. You know.
mm. But the really good news, which seems to have gone right under the radar, which has been, in my view, one of the biggest developments that's occurred since the whole trial, was the article by Lord Jonathan Sumption, incredibly supportive of Lucy. Have you seen that and read
Yeah,
it
oh,
and seen the interview?
yes, I have. I thought, I didn't feel. I mean, seeing on Twitter when it came out, I thought a lot was made of it, and it has been obviously echoed by people like Peter Hitchens and so forth, and it's had an effect. It's had a lot of, and if it's had a lot of external effect, I also think it's probably had a lot of
Yeah,
internal effect within the kind of corridors of the legal world. I would imagine because surely he's someone that's, although he's retired, isn't he? He's got a toe.
In
He's
many
got
ways, it makes
connections
him
in that
even
world.
more. It makes, because he was the head of the Supreme Court, to have the head of the Supreme Court. It's absolutely unprecedented in my experience, in my opinion, to have somebody of that stature, a judge of that stature, or couldn't really be any greater stature, at the time when the appeal is going through, which is the time where his input would be most important and most influential. And I think he obviously, and he's very clear. He's done a lot of research. He wasn't doing this on a whim. He really read it really, really carefully.
Yeah.
And the other thing that really encourages me is if somebody like him, who's even more senior than an appeal court judge, has that opinion, if it did get back to the Court of Appeal on a totally flat playing field, it does bode incredibly well, because if he's breached that opinion independently, then hopefully the Court of Appeal will as well.
I think so. I wonder if it's a signifier of the system, as it were, so that somebody is saying it who's not, he's retired, but he's a very influential person. His opinion is going to be very influential. So it's almost like it's the first stage of the system saying, we know this is going to turn around now, and this is how we're going to introduce it to the public at large, because he's not speaking to us. He's not preaching to the choir. He's speaking to the country at large, and he knows that message will go out there. And I'm wondering if it's the stage one of it then being ratified by the system itself, i.e. the CCRC refer it, and then the CPS decide not to bring the case again as a retrial, and it's quashed, But
I think so, because it's a sort of double jeopardy in many ways. Because what he's doing, I think, is he's saying it's very, very sad that the system is so rigid and so poor, and it shouldn't be. And I hope that they will actually consider that injustice is more important than legal process. That's basically what he was saying. And I hope that if they hear somebody of his stature saying that, they'll say, well, actually, we really do need to take that position. So I think it was the most encouraging. It was, in many ways, it's from a legal point of view, it was incredible, but it was almost more significant than the Shu Lee conference, because although the Shu Lee has all the information and the evidence that's required, what Jonathan Sumption was giving was the sort of highest possible legal ratification that this is what should happen, and you can't ask any more. Really, can't ask any more support than that. And he was very brave to do it as well, because it takes a lot to do that. So
it does. He's brave and he's principled, and he seems to be of an opposite cast of mind as than Lord Denning, for example, who wouldn't have wanted to touch it because it would have been another horrible vista appearing. But he's realizing, obviously, Lord Sumption, that there are problems with the system as a whole, and it is too rigid in terms of allowing for appeals. I think, especially in a case where there's a whole life tariff involved, isn't there?
Absolutely. No, I mean absolutely. Did you see the LBC interview? It was 6 minutes long, but that was really good. Did you see it?
I'm just responding to it.
Yeah. Actually, no.
The LBC interview with
Actually, I sent it to you on your. Do you watch WhatsApp?
I'm not on the WhatsApp. I'm not on the WhatsApp. I'm just going to put a little. Hi, Amanda. Yeah, Lord Sumption speaking out. That's absolutely right. Hi, Mervyn. I'm going to put the link again here if anybody else would like to join as well. We're talking about Lord Sumption's intervention here, how powerful it was. And I agree with you that we've got both sides of it now. Essentially, we've got the creme de la creme of the neonatology world, essentially, from the medical side of things, and then we've got this former head of the Supreme Court. I don't know what else you'd need. What else would you need? Where else can you go apart from God? Really, there's nothing else.
Yeah. And then Cheshire Police on the. I found an article from the 3rd of April that said that where Paul Hughes was saying that again that we none of us really understand what went on in the trial, and we're all very ill informed. I just couldn't believe it. I just couldn't believe it.
Yeah,
Oh, dear.
we're informed and we're not sensitive.
Yes,
Uh,
that's right. Yes.
we're
Yes.
being insensitive, and that's the problem. So Lord Sumption's being insensitive. It can't carry. There's a note of desperation has crept into. Well, I think it's been there for a long time. Actually, the desperation I see in respect of Cheshire Police is when they started talking about going back to 2012, the Liverpool Women's Hospital, but nothing ever coming of it. It's all
Yeah.
bluff after bluff in order to put the frighteners on, in sort of crude terms, put the frighteners on people and to say, well, look, we could bring a lot more if we wanted to, but we just won't, we won't
They
in the
won't because they
quickest way.
can't. That's
They
the
won't. They
problem.
won't because they can't. Yeah. If anybody else would like to
Yeah,
join
come
us,
on in. Yeah,
join Jonathan
anyone else?
and us. Hi, Carl. How you doing? Yeah, Paul Hughes is a genius. How you doing, Carl? Hi, Rian. Hi, Amanda. Hi, Simone. Sorry if I've missed anybody out. Hi, Philip. Hi, Mervyn. Hi, Callie. Hi, Ruth. Guys, lots of people in now. 72 people. That's great. Paul Hughes is a genius, a founding member of Mensa. Yes, either Mensa or Densa, of which I'm a member. Densa. But anyway, that's it's all. The police were insensitive. The police were there was a certain amount of insensitivity from the police. Yeah, I would say that's true. But it's more than that. It's the cynicism. They're cynical as anything. Can I just raise something here quickly that something that Peter Elston said when he was talking to Michelle Warden in the most recent discussion they had, that Dowie Evans chose 10 cases in which it was later found that nurse Lucy Letby wasn't on duty, therefore they couldn't progress them. And then, but I need to add to that this idea of these potential 2 sets of 25 cases that he submitted to Cheshire Police, potentially another 50 cases in total that go nowhere. And I'm basing that on statements he made to Rachel Aviv, or at least Rachel Aviv reported that. And then Dr. Phil Hammond reported that he'd done the same in 2023, i.e. Dewey Evans had sent another 25 cases, all no further action. So the cynicism of the police is that how can it not occur to them that this guy is a complete scattergun machine, that he's throwing everything at it, and all they do is just say, oh, we can't use it. Why would it not tell them, well, how can we rely on him for anything then? Do you see what I mean?
Mm.
I made a bit heavy weather of that. So what I mean is, succinctly, if I can, is that they're happy to use the cases that work for the police for the case, and they're happy to jettison a huge number of other instances that Dewey Evans says are suspicious, and they can do it blithely, and they're just happy to drop them all because they don't work for the case. So that's got to say something about the absolute cynicism of Paul Hughes and co, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah.
Trevor Chapel, hi Trevor. Yeah, not doing too bad. Next realm. Also, this is people talking to each other. Surely the police have to disclose the new report from Dewey Evans, right? Yeah. If the case ends up being reviewed by the Court of Appeal, what do you think about this? Carl saying that, Jonathan. This is regard to Baby C, isn't it? His report made subsequent to the main trial.
I would think so. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know. He won't be in the next. I don't think he's going to have any more involvement in the case. If it did go to retrial, he wouldn't. Well, I don't know whether. I don't. If it did go to retrial, I don't know what they do, because I can't believe anyone would take on the prosecution side at all. So I don't know what they do.
Precisely. Do you know, I've said that a number of times, and I know other people have as well. Well, they're not going to bring Dewey Evans onto the stage again. But then again, why would they not then? And why would he refuse to? So if he's going to, why would he not want to stand behind his reports? So, and if he, what would he plead? Would he say, look, I'm retired, I don't remember what I said anymore? So what excuse would he give for not being there and standing behind his reports if there was to be a retrial?
Well, it is your decision whether you are a witness or not. I'm not. I don't. I'm not a lawyer. I mean, I do expert witness. I'm an expert witness, but I don't. In many ways, I'm I'm instructed a lot. I'm not really. I don't know exactly what the rights are, but whether he could or couldn't refuse to be an expert in the further trial, I don't know. I think his report would have to be. Well, again, it's whether he would have to disclose his report. Again, I just don't know. I'm afraid.
In whose possession is it at the moment? I said, is it with the CPS or is it with the police? I think it's probably with the CPS, isn't it, that report? Or maybe it's with the police. I don't know.
Yeah.
Anybody know that?
Don't know.
I know Mark McDonald said we've requested it, because he made a point of it, didn't he? He said we've requested that report and they've refused to give it to us. And he's making that public to kind of shame them into giving it to them. But let's just say there was somebody else involved. It's getting dark here now. Oh, that's no good. Let's just say there was somebody else involved taking Dewey Evans's place in a retrial. They're then hostage to everything that Dewey Evans has done before. Nobody's going to want that job. Nobody's going to want. It's a poison chalice. It's a poison chalice, isn't it? That nobody's going to want to be carrying Dewey Evans's work as though it was their own. Nobody's going to want that.
A person coming in would have to strongly believe what Dewey Evans's position was, and really honestly believe that that's correct. And I can't believe now in this situation that anyone could possibly, particularly as it was all speculation. All of it was his opinions, which are completely unfounded. So,
Yeah, we're in it's a dollop of air, and it's this must have happened. Nurse Lucy Letby killed this baby. Get it through your head. That's what we end up with, actually, when he's pushed to the wire. We end up with him just saying it's a triumph of the will. He's willing it to have been the case. So
exactly. No, that's exactly how it is.
That's the guy we're dealing with now. I think the police know that. I think they've got to know that it's not going away. They're bound. They're kind of connected with him, whether he ever comes back or not. The kind of I don't know. The zombie version of Evans is going to live on through this until there's an exoneration. But they can't get away from Evans now, can they? They're chained to him.
They're absolutely, because he was. He is absolutely pivotal to all their evidence. He is their evidence. That's it. Him and Sandy Bowen, and yet they're completely discredited. So I just don't know how they can. Somebody like Paul Hughes can still be being interviewed and write articles saying, we've got a very strong case and everything else. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
It is ridiculous. I'm just going to have a quick look at the chat. I'm sorry I got a bit behind.
Go for the chat. That'd be good.
They had a whole year of fishing paperwork before the first arrest. Yeah, because they started in May, didn't they? When they officially started the inquiry in May, towards the end of May, and it was over a year. That's right. No case to answer, Callie says. Tea break with Tasha. I agree, Margaret. Huge swathes of information, none of which was entirely accurate. Amanda says, Dewey has lost all credibility. Absolutely. Well, except in his own lunchtime. He's a legend in his own lunchtime. It'd be interesting to... Nobody's heard from Dr. Bowen, have they, lately? To ask her whether she still believes in... It's worse, even worse for her in a way, that she's like an under Dewey, you know, she's like a kind of a Dewey backup, which is what a position to be in.
She's a sort of professional hired gun to rubber stamp Dewey's ignorance, isn't it, really? That's what it boils down to.
Yes.
Because she's a neonatologist and he isn't. So it makes it even worse, because she's meant to be a neonatologist and yet she just rubber stamps nonsense from Dewey.
It absolutely is. And looking at Stuart Gillham's most recent video, when he talks about, she comes into that and the fact that she was happy to say about Baby C that Baby C was doing well and there wasn't any bowel obstruction. There were no signs of it, even though those notes are full of signs of it. So, and then you've got 4 of the experts of the 7 or 8 at the trial, all agreeing with that, all agreeing with the X-ray from the 12th when Lucy Letby wasn't on duty. So they're all hostage to that as well. So it showed that they were acting kind of en bloc, really. They were acting as a block rather than independent thinking, I think. And that's what, and they were there just there to back up. They were, I think, I mean, is it too cynical to say they were just there just to be paid? Or I mean, did they have any professional pride? I don't know if there were some of them were better than others. I don't know what you make of the individual ones.
There was a wonderful video recently on YouTube, and they rehashed a Dewey Evans interview where he was asked about his expert witness work, and the quote is this, and I quote it verbatim. He said, essentially, it is my private work. It kept my daughter in horses. It kept my son in fast cars, and it ensured that both of them didn't have any debt at the end of their university. And it's not, that was, you actually heard Dewey saying that in an interview. Unbelievable.
That's the man, doesn't it? That's him. That is him. I mean, there's something about that I don't want to thank him for it, but that is him. He's letting you know who he is. And there's that old phrase, when somebody lets you know who they are, you've got to believe them. He's letting us know who he is. And that's what he's about. And he's about political power as well, that was frustrated, obviously. And he was getting off on the idea that he was this maestro that had found and got a serial killer convicted, and like some kind of cracker, you know, the Robbie Coltrane character. That, but he's going to go. I can't see that, and I don't see why anybody finds any credibility in him now whatsoever. I don't think they do.
I don't think they do.
I don't think they. He hasn't done any interviews lately, has he? I don't think.
He's given up interviews now, for the time being.
Because he said, I was told not to. Carl says he wouldn't want to appear at a retrial because he'd been so brutally exposed as a fraud that he would end up tied in knots in the stand. Well, exactly, yeah, he would be destroyed. He'd be destroyed. Callie says, how about we set up a grand jury? How does that work with a grand jury? Is that an American term? I don't know anything about that. Do you know? Can you help me with that, Jonathan, or anybody else in the chat? The grand jury concept. Perhaps we can find out more about that. Evans will not back down. No, he can't. Because if Nurse Lucy Letby is innocent, which she is, he's destroyed, isn't he?
Yes.
His survival, his psychic and social survival depends on Nurse Lucy Letby being in prison for life. That's what it comes down to. And that applies to Hughes, and that applies to the criminal justice system. It applies to all those consultants as well. It applies to them all. They're in a battle for survival now, as they say it, I think. perhaps. I don't know. Would you agree with that?
Oh, absolutely. But yeah, no, I mean, it'd be real. It would have to be investigated if she was when she is released, and then Brewery and Jairam and all of their actions are going to have to be properly scrutinised, and it would all be very reasonable to go to the GMC, and they could
Yeah.
all completely be. They could lose their status as doctors. They should do. They should do.
I mean, they could do in the sense that if there are particular cases of negligence that are proved, I'm wondering whether they'll finesse this situation, and it will. I believe what the system wants as a whole is, if it's not Nurse Lucy Letby, someone else was the villain of the piece here, and if it's going to be anyone, it's going to be Evans, and he deserves it, but he's not the only person that's at fault, obviously. But I think they will end up narrowing down to Evans as being the person that kind of effectively, without him, none of this would have happened, even though that's not true. I mean, you needed an Evans, but without that group of consultants, none of this would have happened either.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right, because they'll all turn on Evans and they'll just say, well, it was Evans who came up with all these theories, and he was the one that wrote the reports, and it was the reports that we used in the trial, and we were just asked questions about our involvement, but it was Evans that, and you're right, Evans. That as an expert witness, you're taking the responsibility. You are the expert who comes in to oversee the whole case, and so therefore you take the most responsibility, really.
That's absolutely right. And when we think of like the Sally Clark case or Angela Canning's, the experts involved in that case were the ones that got the fire in the end. Nobody remembers the police officers that made the charge, as it were, or the prosecutor. It comes down to those experts, doesn't it? Because they were the ones that they were the fulcrum, as it were, to decide that there was guilt there. That everyone's will say, well, we were relying on you. You told us this was the case.
Yes.
And it must be. Can we imagine what Evans must be thinking right now? Are we thinking that he's thinking, oh my God, it's going to destroy me. I can't believe this has happened. Or is he thinking, is he angry? What do we think he's thinking? I don't know. Does it matter? I don't know if it matters even, but
I think he's so narcissistic. He's such a narcissistic psychopath that he probably still believes in his heart of hearts that he's right. I honestly, I really think he is one of the most narcissistic people I've ever come across in my life. He really is. And he may just still think that he's right.
Yes,
because that's what he said.
Yes, yeah.
That's how he responded to the Shu Lee. He just said, "Oh, well, they're all wrong and I'm right." I mean, what?
Well, he's got nowhere else to go, has he? He can't allow a chink of light through. He has to be right, because it's literally his survival. Because if he gave way on all the air embolism cases, well, what has he got left? Is nothing left. Because in a sense, I don't know if I'm right in saying this, but the insulin cases aren't really his, are they? In that sense, they're not really his thing. He can chime in with them, but it's not. They weren't his quote unquote discovery. His discovery, even though we hear what David Rose is talking about, that they were talking up the air embolism before Dewey Evans ever had. Apparently, years before Dewey Evans had sight of Shu Lee's paper, they were talking up, piquing the interest. That's the phrase that's used. Piquing the interest of Cheshire Police about air embolism and the relationship of Nurse Lucy Letby to various babies, her nearness to various cots or otherwise on a particular shift, and that's what they were doing as a strategy. So yeah, I don't know. Sorry, I know I'm. Plaid Cymru party riddled with child abusers. Well, there's an interesting link there, isn't there? Because of his. Thank you, Callie. The interesting link there with respect to his. I have read the article, but he makes a kind of apologetic. There's a kind of a apologism for child abuse. I'm not saying that they're right or anything, but they should be treated. They shouldn't necessarily be punished. Perhaps other people can remind us I don't know if you've read that, Jonathan, that article that
Yeah, I
Dewey
have read it.
input.
It's,
Yeah,
yeah,
I've
it
read it
went
as well, but
history. Yeah, yeah.
it's another Dewey. It's another thing about him, isn't it? I don't know. Margaret Dixon says, "Oh, so I don't know what that's to do with." Oh, it's to do with Nurse Lucy Letby's medication. She was on medication. She couldn't engage or be understood due to the medication. Do we know she was on some form of medication in terms of anxiety? Was she? Is that? Would you confirm
That
that?
is known, actually. That's been established. It's
That's
been
been established.
disclosed that right from the time of her arrest, she was on very high dose. Well, she was on lot of medication. Yeah. Well, of course she would be.
She would be. I don't know how she's managed it. I think she's been almost like superhuman to have done those 17 days in the on the stand. Apparently, it's the witness box. No, it's the witness box. It's the stand in America. The witness
in the
box
witness
in the
box,
UK,
yeah.
isn't it? So in the witness box, I don't think I would have imagined that. I couldn't have done it. I think I would have completely broken down. I don't know how she's done it.
Well, they said that Oscar Wilde, when he had his trial many years ago, he only had 2 days, and they were talking about Lucy and how well she did. And Oscar Wilde, who's obviously an absolute academic and a very proficient person, not a lovely but quite young neonatal nurse, he only survived 2 days, and then he just couldn't stand it any longer. And it's like a form of torture. It really is and particularly when you've got somebody like Nicholas Johnson cross-examining you, who's just taunting you and taunting you and taunting you. It is absolutely horrible. And for somebody like me, I'm all ready for it when I go into court. But I mean, for poor old Lucy, it was just completely outside her experience, and she did incredibly well under the circumstances. And even when I've listened to it's in crime scene to courtroom, you can see long swathes of her cross-examination, and sometimes she answers questions and I think, wow, that's a better answer than I would have given. And she did incredibly well under that. And as you said earlier, it's all very well for me. I'm the stakes for me are pretty low, but the stakes for her were life imprisonment. I mean, what pressure to be under to have to perform in that situation.
Yes, indeed, absolutely. And I think I'm wondering whether there's an element of, I'm not saying it's to do, I believe that her family and the church goes, maybe there's an element of faith there, maybe there's something to do with a kind of a strength there that's come from somewhere. But even without that, there's the essential knowledge that she knows she's telling the truth. She doesn't have to equivocate, she doesn't have to hide anything, whereas a lot of the other ones do. And that's why you find Jayaram having to go, well, okay, it wasn't 9:51, it must have been 9:47 or the other way around, whatever. I can just change the time, even though I was definitely certain of it before. We'll just move the goalposts. So it's problematic for them, and they have to. And this is the weird thing, really. This is what a lot of the mainstream media don't understand, that they actually want to see people acting. And they're more impressed by performance and acting than they are by reality. And that's why some of them were commenting negatively about Nurse Lucy Letby. She wasn't performing. But they see someone like Jayaram with the tears just about in the interviews, just about the burgeoning tears, and he's just about to wipe them away. And that's what they want. They're trapped in fictional examples of truth rather than truth. They're just that's what we're stuck with now. Unfortunately, in the mainstream. I had a message on Twitter, on X, from a journalist from the Metro newspaper, wanted to contact me, and I wasn't sure about it, but I said yes, you can, but I'm always worried about like letting it down, because I find it very hard. I don't know how you feel, Jonathan, and everyone in the chat here. It's gone beyond the thing where you can actually reduce this to like sound bites, isn't it? Because it's a discussion. It's it's something that's quite expansive now is to talk about, isn't it, rather than a set of bullet points. I know some people can do that. I'm not that great at that, but I'm not sure whether to. What did anybody speak to you in Liverpool, Jonathan, from a media point of perspective?
I didn't. No, I didn't really have any journalists. It was unfortunate because we all went, and some of the journalists turned up sort of 11, 12 o'clock. But
yeah.
It did say that we must all be there by 9:30. So, unfortunately, if the journalists do turn up 3 hours or 4 hours late, they can hardly expect us all to be there. But I think they were expecting that we'd be there all day, sort of standing outside, sort of chanting and yeah. Yeah, the other thing which was so moving about the Liverpool was singing "You'll Never Walk Alone" and having that lovely guy Dan. And you said a big thank you to Dan, and I think he was a wonderful
great.
guy.
Yeah, Dan was great. Yeah.
He brought all that his music gear, and we sung it properly. And we sung "You Never Walk Alone," and we could see where the lights where the Thirlwell inquiry was going on, so they will definitely have heard us singing. And I just thought that was so moving. I just really thought that was moving.
I think it was as well. I mean, the BBC was certainly there. I did speak to somebody from the BBC, and they kind of recorded it. I hope it didn't make a mess of it, but I don't think it went anywhere. I think they kind of like shelved it or whatever. But it's hard to know what they're looking for and when they're gonna, because these media organisations, they're going to, at some point, there's going to be the full volte-face, the full turn in which they decide this is the new story now, and they'll be all hungry for it. And it's the idea that there's been this miscarriage of justice. I know we're in this transition phase at the moment, but I think there'll be a point where there'll be almost like a feeding frenzy about this innocent person has been. I can foresee that.
Oh, that's exactly what's going to happen, because she's going to go from being this hideous, worst child killer in history to being the sort of absolute wronged, innocent woman who's, and it will turn exactly as you say. And in fact, Mark, you're going to be in such a strong position because there's evidence that you've been on her side from the very start. So you're going to be absolutely you and Carl and Tasha are going to be absolutely inundated. So,
well, a lot of people, there was quite a lot of stuff was going on in the early days, and even while the trial was going on, I know Sarita and Professor Gill were writing to the judge and asking to be. I think this is the approach. You know, this legal term, the amicus brief. They were wanting to be a friend of the. No, there's another phrase actually. It's a friend of the court. Do you know the Latin phrase?
Yeah, I don't actually. Yeah.
It's that they wanted to act as friends of the court, i.e., to interject information that the court should know and need to know with regard to the science of it from Sarita's point of view, and the statistics from Professor Gill's point of view. But they were roundly rejected and actually were threatened by the Cheshire Police, and you had the Dutch police going to Professor Gill's house late at night, delivering a threatening letter from the Cheshire Police in Holland. So, and then something similar happened to poor Sarita in America. But I think with it, America's got the whatever amendment it is, I can't remember in terms of freedom of speech, that they couldn't do anything to her there. But potentially, had she have come back to England, because she is British, I think, Sarita, that she may have been. I think they were kind of trying to monster her and Richard to give them the sense that if they entered Great Britain and carried on doing what they were doing, that they might be in contempt of court. So there's that kind of thing. But I don't think they'll do that anymore. I think that's over, that stage.
Mm.
Do you think, unless they're not going to bring up any further. I'm just going to put the link out again in case anybody wants to join us on this little bit here. I don't think they're going to bring any further charges about other alleged wrongdoings. Do you? I think that's out of.
No, I don't think they are. Well, they haven't got any evidence. They never had any evidence in the first place. They've got to have very strong evidence if they're going to bring anything back. They really have. It's got to be
Yeah.
pretty watertight, and especially the stuff from Richard Baker's comments about 60 times higher moving of tubes in the women's hospital in Liverpool while she was a student there for 2 months. I mean, what a load of nonsense. I used to respect that man. I've got no respect for him whatsoever. How you can say something like that in a public inquiry when you're meant to be a senior barrister and think it has any credibility whatsoever is beyond me.
Well, it makes you wonder. Yeah, it makes you wonder who was chosen for what role. I mean, I know there is a danger of assuming that it's been orchestrated more than it has, but I just wonder, and I certainly wonder in relation to Judge Goss in terms of that he was the right person for this job, as it were. And I don't know though, or is it? I don't know. I don't know to what degree there's deeper machinations at work that were wanting to ensure that. Do you know, even if Judge Goss had played an even hand with this, I think the jury, based on all the prior information they'd had in the media, I think they still would have found Lucy Letby guilty. I think they still would have done it. Even if he would have not done some of the dodgy stuff he did, in terms of saying things like, you don't need to know the mechanism of murder to assume that there was ill intent. In other words, all you need is some vague concept of ill intent.
Exactly.
That's bizarre, isn't it?
And it's got to be beyond reasonable doubt. That's the absolute premise of criminal law and overrides absolutely everything. So that makes a mockery of it. Saying that statement is completely irrelevant when you're looking that you have got to you've got to have evidence beyond reasonable doubt, and clearly that doesn't support that at all.
It hasn't even reached, I don't know if you'd agree, or people in the chat would agree, hi Salim, hi everybody, that I think in civil trials it's about the balance of probabilities, isn't it?
That's right. Yeah.
I don't think it reached that level.
No,
I don't think it did. In other words, it didn't. Was it 51% more likely that Nurse Lucy Letby? No, I don't think. I think 0%.
Definitely isn't. No.
Not at all. Not at all.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go back to. I'm sorry if I'm missing out lots of the. I think Tasha says, I think that recent events have caused the public to be very dubious about any and all statistics. Numbers seem to be so malleable depending on who's counting. Yeah. Lies, damn lies, and statistics, etc. And what's being counted. Well, exactly. If I asked Jonathan and everyone else, how many crashes were there in 2015 and 2016? Do we know? We don't know, do we?
No idea. No, exactly.
We don't know. Because what's the definition of a crash? We don't know that either. So it's all out of the window, and even the deaths, even the mortality rates. I'm suspicious of the FOIs based on the changes from 2018 to 2023. There's so many. I don't know. Do you think, because Jonathan, do you feel that the potential is there to give incorrect information through FOIs is not necessarily bulletproof, is it? What you're going to get?
Well, it is. It's very, very worrying because with a FOI, you are relying on the honesty of the person giving you that information, because if they're not telling you the truth, there's no other way of getting that truth, because they are the holders of the information. So I don't know. And if you really aren't happy about FOI disclosure, I think you have to insist on more detailed information. But then it's a slippery slope, really. It's very difficult.
it's very difficult. I just one recent example, and I sent the FOI response I had from to Peter Elston, because he made a similar one. He was told that he wasn't allowed to see the comparative data of multiple births from 2015, 2016, prior and after, to make comparisons whether there was an relative increase in multiple births of babies being looked after in those 2 years that are under consideration. And the reason given was cost. It would cost more than £450. That was the figure given. He spoke about that when he was talking to Michelle Warden. But the reason they gave me were for the same, pretty much the same FOI request, was that it would identify, it would be at risk of because the figures are so low for triplets, mothers of triplets. It might potentially identify the person. Perhaps that's splitting hairs. Perhaps I don't know whether that's just. Perhaps there's not that much in that. I don't know if there's. I'm not saying there's a great conspiracy in that. It's just it just makes you feel a bit untrusting of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Really, they're coming back with different reasons.
Yeah.
If we did know that information, let's just say statistically there was an anomaly of 2015 and 2016. They had, whoever would work it out, 30-40% higher level of multiple births being looked after. I did an FOI of all babies being looked after as a gross figure across 8 years, for example, and those 2 years, 2015, 2016, they're not outliers. They're not outliers. It doesn't like zoom up in terms of figures. But if there was a relatively higher number of multiple births, twins and triplets there, do you think that would be a strong argument to add to the array of arguments being used to justify why, or to make it understandable why there was from a medical point, Jonathan, to make it understandable why there was an alleged peak there,
Well, absolutely. I mean, twins, or particularly triplets, the mortality is well known to be much, much, much higher. So
yeah,
it is very significant.
It is significant. Yeah. Well, yeah, they're not gonna let us know. There was this thing going on. I don't think it's been touched on for a while, about these two North Wales neonatal units that were temporarily closed at the time, and thereby filtering some of the patients that would have gone there, and some of the babies would have gone there, ended up at Countess of Chester. I don't know if you've come across that element of it, Jonathan, whether that's another.
I haven't seen that, but that's probably quite important, isn't it?
I think Peter Elston talked about that quite a while ago, and other people did, and then it got dropped in a way of, because it was all about trying to understand, to give various rationales for why there might have been other reasons for a relative increase. But obviously, you've got the pathogens going on as well, haven't you? You've got that, which could be part of it, and the understaffing. There's a lot of reasons, aren't there? To
absolutely. In many ways, it's the perfect storm. I mean, there were so many things all happening concurrently, and you're absolutely right. If a local neonatal unit closes and suddenly all those babies have got to go somewhere, I mean, you can't send them to London from North Wales. They've got to go to the most local unit, and it puts an enormous amount of pressure, particularly if they're already under pressure. So that would be particularly important, I think.
I think so. And I think it was suggested that these particular units weren't geographically that far away from Chester, because it's not that far from the border, and they would have, some of the babies that would have gone to those North Wales units would have ended up at the Countess of Chester. It's at, what's this, Scott? Oh, we're talking about. I'm trying to catch up with some of these.
Do that. Yeah,
I can't see how there can be a retrial. Who's going to challenge the best of the best? Yeah, it absolutely. ACL Moss, Samantha. No, it's just a non-starter, isn't it? It's just not feasible. Sorry if I'm missing out something. I don't. Hi, Jonathan. Have you seen David Rose's revelation today about the emails between Jairam and Breary about how to lead the police? Yeah, pique their interest. Yeah, let's pique their interest. Yeah, yeah, very much so, Jonathan. It's so cynical, and so they more than piqued their interest. They effectively led that until, in conjunction with Dowie, they kind of led the police, and their police allowed themselves to be led, didn't they? They were happy to be led in a sense, and they weren't using their they weren't trying to falsify it, were they, Jonathan? The police weren't trying to, the scientific method. They weren't trying to falsify anything, and what I mean by that is, so for example, what they should have sent to Bowen, should they not, should have been the raw data or the raw sets of notes that Evans received, rather than Evans's reports. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, they should do. I mean, she shouldn't be. Often I'm told I can't look at somebody else's report until I've written my own report, and that's perfectly reasonable. So, yeah. Because otherwise you are guided by their opinion.
But in this case, it was diametrically the opposite thing. They sent his report, as they did to Dr. Ward Platt, as Martin Ward Platt. They did the same thing, and Evans crows about that he signed off on it as well. So it's almost as though it was just a cheap way of doing it from the police's perspective.
Yeah.
And it was in their command and in their gift to do it a different way, wasn't it? They could have done it. It doesn't come down to their lack of medical knowledge. They could have said, no, we're going to do this. We're going to test this person's reliability here. And we're going to get a neonatologist to look at all the notes and see which ones strike her as suspicious. And if she had chosen, there's no way I believe that she would have chosen the same ones, if any, if she hadn't been guided.
Absolutely. No.
So it's just, sorry, am I rattling on too much? But Welsh hospital sends patients to England. Who has the data, England or Wales? That's a good point. That's a really good point. This is interesting with Wales, because I asked my friend who's worked for the NHS Wales for 28 years, it no longer works there, but getting the data for mortality is a lot easier with NHS Wales than it is with NHS England. You don't even have to do an FOI for some of it. You can actually get the data straight there. They print it, they're publishing it. So it's a slightly different system, isn't it? Have you had any relation with that, Jonathan, with the Welsh system there? Is that anything?
No, I can theoretically get cases from all over the country, but I've done very few in Wales, actually, I must say. Although I theoretically could get them from anywhere, so yeah.
Right, yes, no, that's... Gosh. You've never come across Dewey Evans personally, then? You haven't met him?
No, I never have, amazingly.
No, you haven't visited his beautiful home, like Liz Hull, and we're yet to do that. I wonder if he probably thinks, I don't know what he thinks. I mean, it's probably not worthwhile going into what he thinks, really. He has to be right. There's no way he can backtrack now. There's no way he can do it. I mean, he should do it morally, but he hasn't got that in him, has he? I don't think. The police weren't interested at the start, so they had to make them listen. Yeah, that's right. The police, to be fair to the police, there was a period of time, and this is before Hughes got involved, isn't it? This is when the high-up police were involved. They were invited in, and they said, we can't see anything here that we can see as a crime. Do you remember that, Jonathan?
Yes, I remember that. Yeah, I do remember that.
So that was a juncture. And am I right in saying, maybe I've got this wrong, that's when that's when Jayaram wheels out his ace that he sees as an ace. I virtually caught her red-handed. Is that right? Is that what makes the difference there then?
I don't know. I mean, I think the insulin evidence eventually was a big thing. That was the insulin evidence initially looked very, very strong indeed. In fact, of course, in the trial, Lucy was forced to say that somebody definitely had poisoned the babies, but we now know that all the data was completely wrong. It was just far too simplistic and applied to adult insulin. And but even that, actually, I mean, the wonderful thing is the insulin evidence has been at so many different levels has been completely and totally discredited. But
Yes, yes.
I think the insulin was the big one for the police when they thought the insulin, that really changed everything, I think.
I mean, it might have changed everything in terms of leading to a first arrest, but they started the investigation not prior to the insulin being flagged up to Breary by Dr. ZA, but prior to, this is the story we're told anyway.
Yeah.
We're told that the insulin cases come to light when Breary apparently finds them.
That's right. Yeah.
In 2018. Now that investigation has been going on a year then by that time. It's already started. So the point that Jayaram says, I punched the air when I walked out of the office, I think that's when he's had that meeting and he's talked about baby K. And I think that's the thing that turns them from saying there's nothing we can see here. And maybe it's not a surprise that baby K comes back in 2024 in terms of a trial. And it would have originally been a murder charge. It was originally a murder charge, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was the 8th murder charge. But I think that's the thing that gets Hummingbird underway is Jayaram. And that's
Right.
the thing where he says, I punched the air when I walked out of there because I knew they were going to do something then. Up to that point, I think they were resistant. And the hospital did the hospital have a barrister representing them or a KC? They were saying,
yes,
you
that's
don't
right.
you don't want to be doing this because it's bad news, isn't it?
Absolutely. No, there was. I can't remember his name, but yes, they definitely employed a barrister to look into it and to advise them, basically to give them some initial advice. And his advice was, "Don't touch this.
Don't touch this." That's right. If only they would have listened. But I think I don't know if that's right. I don't know what people in the chat think. Was Breary? What, not Breary? Breary is a massive part of this, but did Jayaram get it over the line, so to speak, with the baby K, with his statement that he basically found her in the what would he have actually said to them that first day? Well, I found her doing nothing, whereas I expected her to be doing something, even though it probably wasn't even her in the room. But so does it seem a bit of a stretch how that made the difference then? I don't know. If that is the case.
Yeah.
I don't know. Hughes was
the
there
second
for
trial,
also, or Mervyn says Hughes was there for that also. So he was there for. Are you saying, Mervyn, he was there prior to? I'm not sure. I don't know when Hughes comes in. I know there were higher up police officers coming in. There was that beyond Hughes, basically, before Hughes is tasked to lead this. Well, he's the SIO, isn't he? But there's a female lead of Hummingbird as well. There's not just Hughes, is it? There's someone else that's involved.
Evans. So what's her name? She's called. What's her first name? Yeah.
I'm also interested in that detective sergeant. I think it's a detective sergeant that gave information that found its ways into one of David Rose's articles about these other cases that they kind of conveniently dropped. Is that person still is that one of the perhaps we should, I don't know, to follow that train. Is that one of the sources, essentially? I don't know. Maybe. If perhaps they're no longer in the police. But also, Jonathan Coe said, Jairam said he would take it to my grave, can only be a secret he would never tell anyone else while alive. Yeah, I thought that too, Jonathan. I agree that's that. Veronica, oh, absolutely. That's a message to Casey Simon Driver. Thank you, Jonathan. So that's the Casey that was representing the hospital, is it?
Yeah, I think so.
And then Callie says, ignore their courts and convene a grand jury, need help from prison officers and time outside. Yeah, the grand jury concept, I don't understand it. I can't comment on it, but it's an interesting idea. That is it possible within our legal system? Do you know about that, Jonathan?
I would doubt it. I think we've just got the Court of Appeal and the Supreme Court, and that's it, really.
Where would the Supreme Court? What role could the Supreme Court play in this matter?
Well, the Court of Appeal would have to be. The Court of Appeal can refer something to the Supreme Court. So basically, if the Court of Appeal couldn't make a decision or thought it was a matter of such importance, usually on a legal matter rather than on just public opinion and the enormity of the actual facts of the case, but the Court of Appeal can refer to the Supreme Court, and then the Supreme Court ruling is the final arbiter. So that's how it works.
Oh, I see. And Callie's saying that I think outside the box, and in a way, in some ways, the way this has developed, there has been a kind of thinking outside the box in a different kind of way. I think, in terms of nobody expected. I don't think anybody expected the writer of the paper that was misused by initially those consultants and then by Dewey Evans, who say they found it independently, but I'm not sure about that, to end up convening this panel. We didn't expect that, did we? That's the kind of thinking outside the box that has happened, isn't it?
I think that's extraordinary. I mean, it is absolutely such a snub that they were relying so heavily on this paper and this article, and they say they weren't now, but when you look at the transcripts, they really were. And for him to turn completely on them and say, actually, it's complete nonsense, and then when he's snubbed by them and snubbed by the Court of Appeal, he then convenes this. These experts to completely and totally look at the case objectively and it just turns everything over completely.
It does. So it should be irrepressible, you know. There should be no way they can withstand this. I mean, what possible reason could the CCRC give for not referring it to the Court of Appeal?
Well, on legal grounds, they could say that all this information could or should have been brought to the trial. And of course, it should have been presented at the trial. That's the other thing I found so interesting about Lord Sumption, is that Lord Sumption says quite categorically that he thinks it was a massive error of the defence not to bring any experts.
Yes.
He's in every sense. He really was categorical about that. So I think I'm happy now to say that in public, because if Lord Sumption says it, well, I agree. But that's where the CCRC could kibosh it. They could say, because actually, in many ways, all this stuff could have been, if we can get it now, why we could have got it before the trial. And then they say, well, that they can't, for a 10-month trial, they can't not use all this information, or that's the real danger. That's the real danger, I'm afraid.
That's the danger, and that's the rigidity of the system that David Davis refers to, that Lord Sumption himself refers to, as somebody that was in that system. So, in a way, it goes back to Lord Sumption's statement, the power of that statement, that he realises the system that he was part of is overly rigid in terms of appeals, isn't it? in terms of the
Absolutely.
appeal process. So, and from a political, a law-making perspective, legislative perspective, David Davis has put that across the bows of in Parliament itself, hasn't he? He's actually done that,
Absolutely.
and you had the response. That was another really important inflection point, really, in which the I can't remember what their job title is, but the Labour the Justice Minister gave that kind of quite automaton-like spiel
Yes. Yeah.
back to him, really. But he's saying, you know, this is it might be about it might be judiciously expedient, but it's not justice. That's what David
Absolutely.
says.
That's what it all boils down to.
Yeah.
Does judicial expedience snub absolute justice when it's quite clear that she's innocent? That's really what it all boils down to, and that's really. But you see, if she's successful, which I pray and hope she is, and I believe she must be, then you're going to have to look at that point in such detail for the future, because it can never happen again. They can't ever make a mistake like this again.
It's going to have a profound effect on how all such cases are dealt with, and also an effect going back in time about previous cases, perhaps. In terms, it might reawaken many cases that were turned down by the Court of Appeal or turned down by the CCRC on the basis of this rigidity. That if it's been reassessed, and perhaps that's another reason why the system is acting with resistance to it, because it knows it's a huge change, that it will a huge effect of making that change. There'll be huge ramifications of it, you know, or many ramifications. So I'm going to just have a little. Thanks, Tasha. I got to go. Good night, Tasha. That's lovely. I hope you're doing well. And Veronica, people vote for. Callie says, time to say no to their courts, and people power can do it, but need some prison officers to understand the role they play. Yeah, I mean, this is at a deeper level of the structural nature of our whole system, isn't it? That I agree it should change, but I don't know if it will change just for this case. But maybe I don't know whether this. I don't know. I don't know how much weight can be put on this case to do with. I mean, it's got implications about so many things, hasn't it? This case, Jonathan, that in terms of the NHS as well, hasn't it? In terms of care,
Absolutely.
so it goes off in many directions. Really, it's not. You can understand why they're. I'd describe it. This is a political case now, in a sense, isn't it? In some way.
Yeah, it definitely is. But it has absolutely fundamental implications for both the legal system, the most fundamental implications for both the legal system in this country, but also for the for the NHS and for medicine in this country.
That's right.
It does.
Yes, it does. And in terms of the concept of jury trials and medical and expert witnesses as well.
Yeah.
How they are to be. How can we ascertain them? I mean, you know, he was working. Evans had a strike rate. He only lost one, didn't he? And I think that's the one where it was decided it was worthless what he did. But if he was a fighter, if he was like a middleweight boxer, or I don't know, maybe flyweight or whatever, he's won 40 out of 41. So he still thinks he's doing really well. he's still a champ, you know, in his own mind. But as we've said before, that's not the mindset you're meant to have as an expert witness.
Absolutely not.
You're not meant to have that. But it's awful. I don't know what to say about it. I criticise the class system it's hard to. I'm trying to. Let's. Mark Reynolds says, "How do the CCRC go about their evacuation? What to evacuate? The idea of evacuating a charge or a conviction? Do they go through all the evidence or stop once there's enough concern? The fake stat should be enough in itself. That wasn't known at trial." Well, that's a good question in the sense that what is enough for them? But the CCRC aren't making any legal decisions, are they? They're just saying there's enough to trouble us here that we need to push it back to the Court of Appeal. They're not deciding.
That's right. They've got to be confident that the Court of Appeal will take it seriously and there's a very, very high chance that they'll overturn the verdict. That's really what it boils down to. So I suppose they do want to take their time to get as much information if that's what they want to do. And I do think for the first time, I mean, the fact that Mark McDonald says that before he'd even sent in his submission, they'd already opened a file and they'd already got put staff. They'd actually delegated staff to taking on the Lucy Letby case. So that in itself is quite extraordinary. Yeah,
it is extraordinary. They were I think they called him a commissioner. There was a commissioner involved. That they've got somebody involved ready to receive it before it's even been sent in. It suggests that, and we're at a very interesting point in history in terms of the CCRC in which the most recent, I don't know if is there a new person leading it now, but the person that had been leading it had left suddenly because of it had been thought that they hadn't been doing that well, really, or they hadn't been performing that well. So its motivations are to kind of show itself to be effective, isn't it? It's got an extra motivation to show itself to be effective at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely.
I would hope that would again work in Lucy Letby's favour. Yeah. If the CCRC refers it to the Court of Appeal, the Court of Appeal can't reject that, then, can they? They can't reject the referral, can they?
Well, they can actually, yeah.
Can they reject it?
Well, that was part of the problem, is that the CCRC, the Court of Appeal were very low. Obviously, there's only a 3% success rate, and some of them, the Court of Appeal weren't happy with what had been sent by the CCRC. Yeah, so that's what made them reluctant to send. I think even in the case of Andrew Malkinson, they were reluctant to send it for whatever reason, because they just didn't want it to be rejected. So the Court of Appeal can reject it. That's the whole point. So that's why the CCRC have got to be sure that it's going to be accepted and looked at again by the Court of Appeal.
Right. Oh, that's interesting. Thank you for telling us that. I wasn't sure about whether they had. So they can reject it.
Yeah.
It's. Yeah. That changes things slightly. I didn't realise they had I thought they had to then actually make an assessment then and actually bring it to a retrial, so they can reject it. So there's been the criticism of the CCRC that they were being over careful with the Court of Appeal, not wanting to be seen as sending too many cases that weren't appropriate to them or weren't sufficiently justified, wasn't there? There was that aspect. Yeah. Hello, Mervyn. Nice to see you.
I was just going to troll the chat, but I thought, okay.
Yeah, just you can troll in person. You know.
Yeah. Wet my whistle enough now. About the CCRC application. I mean, one thing you don't need to worry about is a lot of people keep saying, the last chance saloon. You can apply to the CCRC as many times as you like if you get new evidence. Yes. You don't need to worry about that. But that is a good point. How much do the CCRC actually need to refer it back to the Court of Appeal? Now, Mark, the other day, like your previous video, you were talking about how it was a Frankenstein of of cases, and they all sort of held each other up like a house of cards.
Yes.
And also, given what Jonathan was talking about earlier, the judge's ridiculous directions to the jury, which were basically, if you think she's guilty of, if you think she was guilty of one, you can assume she done the rest. Yeah. Well, if the judge gave such a direction to the jury, surely you don't need to knock over the whole house of cards then. Surely just one baby's enough to take out.
That's a really good point, and that's kind of floated across my mind or my consciousness a lot of the time. Is how many would you need to create?
Yeah, you don't. I mean, I wouldn't have thought you need to smack. Although Shuli's team have smashed everything out the park. I mean, really, given the judge's direct and this whole notion of the constellation of evidence that they kept going on about in court, that Judith Moritz goes on about as well. I mean, if you're basing it on a constellation of evidence, you surely just ping one of them off them. You don't even need to obliterate it as much as Shuli's team has done.
And in light of that, which I don't know what you think, Jonathan, or people in the chats, everybody in the chat, and yourself, Mervyn, which case or cases would you choose to kind of spearhead the attack on? Which one would you say would be the easiest? I know that's probably a difficult question, isn't it? But maybe
it's a medical. That's a medical question, really. That's an ecumenical question. No,
it's a tricky one, isn't it? Have you formed a view on that, Jonathan, about one case that really stands out? That
I think in post Shuli, I think almost from a medical point of view, that there aren't really any strong cases anymore. I mean,
what do you mean anymore?
Yeah, but certainly the obstruction case, and certainly the fact that that the X-ray was taken 48 hours before she'd even been on. She hadn't had any contact with the baby at all, and they're relying on an X-ray that was taken before she'd ever been on the unit. I mean, that's pretty shambolic presentation of evidence by the police, isn't it? Really,
that's baby C, isn't it? And I'm noticing there's a lot of work being done on baby with regard to baby C, and so I'm wondering whether that is a kind of a. So it's almost like a domino effect that if it wouldn't be one of the attempted murder cases to overturn. It's one of the once you overturn one of the murder cases. But I'm not sure how it's. Oh, that's a question I'd like to ask. Is that in light of what you brought up there, Mervyn? Do you need to?
Well, Mark Reynolds brought it up. Really.
Do you need to fight everything all at once? I suppose. Because they brought it all at once, so you're kind of like loaded with that, aren't you? As to fight back against it. That's why they had to do it. That's why but
they're having their cake and eating it, aren't they? By
inevitably they are doing it, but Mark McDonald and then Shuli, and as an extension of that, they're stuck within that world that they have to. Well, we got to take everything on, haven't they?
Well, why not? I mean, she didn't commit any crimes, so why not?
Yeah, you have to, don't you? I mean, it would be ridiculous, the idea. Oh, well, you clear Nurse Lucy Letby of 4 murders, but she's still in prison for life for 3. It's all or nothing, isn't it? But it's the whole premise of it. The whole premise of it is based on and is summed up by Goss, in a sense, that if you believe one, you can believe them all. We'll let you believe them all,
Yeah, I mean, I've never heard. This was the only sort of sentencing hearing that I've heard for sort of more than one crime, if that makes sense. And so, basically, I was just astonished when I heard the judge's direction to the jury. I couldn't believe that was a thing.
Well, it's bizarre. Goss is. He's only one of 2 judges in English legal history that has dismissed the jury and independently given a finding of guilt of the defendant. He's only one of 2, so he's a bit of an outlier in that respect. I don't know the justification of that. Maybe he was. I don't know if he's right.
Can you explain that? What did he do?
Well, there's I can call up or I can send you the article. Judge Goss is only one of 2 judges in English legal history to have called upon a little used power to dismiss the whole jury and decide the guilt or otherwise of a defendant, and he did so in one particular case.
Oh right, gosh.
So he's a bit of an outlier in that respect. So we've got a lot of unusual characters here. So
yeah, gosh.
Well, the other thing was about the whole quality of Evans as a. He's basically saying it's up to the jury to decide whether Evans is any good or not, isn't he? That's what he's saying to them. But it's up to the jury to do it.
Yeah, I mean, why leave it up to the jury? If he's leaving it up to the jury, then he's leaving it open for the jury to accept it, when clearly they should not be accepting it. I mean, it's not the jury. It's not up for the jury to decide. It's up to the judge to decide who can give valid testimony. Surely.
I don't know enough about the legal system to know.
Maybe Jonathan. Maybe Jonathan will know.
Well, I know civil law, and civil law is very simple because everything is to the judge, and the judge makes all the decisions. The criminal side is completely alien to me, really, and it does seem very, 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 very difficult that a jury should be given that amount of power. It seems, ridiculous, really, that they have that amount. The judge must be much more proactive in sort of guiding them and giving them very clear advice, which I don't think Judge Goss did. He just simply said, "Oh, it's up to them," and that's it.
I mean, it's kind of giving them power, but it's also an absolving of his own responsibility.
Yeah, no, that's true.
Judgment, isn't it? He's what is Callie saying here? Grand juries have been abolished in the UK, but we need to ignore their corrupt courts. Yeah, I mean, I think. I wish there was a different system. I think there's something utterly debased with the system we have. Obviously, that it's making too many. I don't even know if they're errors. I don't even know. Is it a mistake? Is this a legal mistake, or is it something much worse than a mistake? What's happened to Lucy Letby?
Well,
it's just a catalogue of mistakes and a little bit of malice mixed in as well.
Can it be innocently as bad as we're seeing it is? Can it be? Can there be?
I don't think it can. I don't think it can. I think they clearly had an agenda, and they were going to take it to its conclusion, whatever, really. And yeah,
I'd say it was, more like an engine full of old parts where just nothing's working properly. You've got little elements over here, little elements over there, all combining to make a massive dud of an engine. When you talk about Evans, is there malice in what he does? I don't know, or is it just? I mean, he's out for himself, and I mean, did they specifically instruct him, knowing that he'd be dodgy? Probably not. I think it's just a whole load of everything that could have gone wrong did go wrong.
Exactly. Yeah. It does seem that way.
It's this concept of the phrase used, that the perfect storm, that Jonathan used it earlier on in respect to Countess of Chester Hospital, was followed by the perfect storm of the worst possible so-called medical witness you could ever find in history. And the worst SIO you could ever find in history. And the worst CPS, whoever they were, who actually nodded it through. But although can we blame them if they're saying it's all down to appeal to authority, essentially? So they're saying Evans is the guy that he's saying he's seeing murders, isn't he? You know, I see dead people. I'm seeing murders, and who is to countermand him in the CPS or the police? Who is there to actually say no, you're not? There's no one.
Yeah. But the other big element here, which again Lord Sumption brought up, it had there been very good experts against Evans and Bowen, they would have been utterly and completely crushed. I mean, I've seen brilliant experts just totally and completely outwitting the other side, and the fact there was absolute silence from the defence that was catastrophic as well. I mean, if they only... Professor Hall is a very... I've not actually worked with him, but he's got a very good reputation. If only he'd been allowed to, then I'm sure the jury would have seen the other side and would have... It's just there was nothing to counter Bowen and Evans.
There is the chance that when they went out to, and I've read reports of this, that when the defence went to find experts to dispute the insulin cases, that when they checked with other experts, that they came back and said, "So they can explain it either." I mean, there's a chance that was the case. Whether or not this needs to be kept a secret, probably not. I mean, science changes, doesn't it?
Yeah. There was a comment I just want to go back to here. Mark Reynolds saying, and this is an important factor because the RCPCH report is very significant. He from memory now, Goss essentially said it wasn't relevant for the evidence. It wasn't relevant, the RCPCH report.
Yeah. I think what he said was it wasn't relevant to a specific case.
For some reason, case. Yeah.
As if that matters.
Well, indeed, exactly. That it's like, I don't know if the phrase is not seeing the wood for the trees. He's not seeing the trees for the wood, because he's saying, well, he's putting himself in the position of the jury and saying as though what he thinks they should think about the RCPCH report. And he shouldn't be doing that, in my view. I don't think he should. He's overstepping his. What would be the problem in allowing that? What would be the problem in allowing it?
I can't see there would be a problem.
What would be the problem in allowing the grievances? The seven consultants had to sign an apology letter. Surely, and considering those 7 consultants are there as witnesses against Lucy, surely that would factor.
That's even a sharper kind of aspect to it, that I don't understand, because I'm not a legal person. I don't understand what the judges' parameters are for what they consider to be something to be fair to be introduced or not to be introduced. But on a kind of common sense level, I would want, and the guy that's been speaking to David Rose, Andy Hale, he's shocked by this idea that all this stuff was missing. He's like flabbergasted. He's an American guy that is a defense lawyer, and he's shocked by it. He can't believe it.
No, we've said before, when we talk about the case to people who don't know about it, we sound like nutters.
Why do we say what?
What I mean is, it's just so outrageous. Everything that's gone on, it doesn't sound real.
Are you saying we sound like nutters because
because it's such a tall tale about all of the things that went wrong. It's almost unbelievable.
So in other words, this shouldn't have happened to such a degree. It's so bad, so risible and ridiculous that it must be right that it happened. And if you're saying it shouldn't have happened, then you're kind of like, well, you're crazy, because otherwise they wouldn't have done it if it wasn't justified. I think that's the nub of it in some ways, in the same way that Stuart Gillam's video, just recently watched it tonight, is that, and you've got Gibbs right at the beginning saying, oh no, it wasn't just 4 people, it was 7. It was 7 of us that suspected, a gang of 7. As though that makes it better. I don't know, it doesn't make it better. It doesn't make it more believable. It's just a bigger gang, that's all it is.
Yeah. But obviously from the jury's point of view, you got 7 consultants from the hospital saying this, plus these expert witnesses. Maybe they are going to believe him then. So there was 8 medical expert witnesses on the prosecution, 7 consultants. But I don't think Ian Harvey and Tony Chambers were called, were they? In the trial. No. I'd have loved to have seen them 2 up there on the stand, in the witness box.
What was Karen Rees called as a witness in the trial?
Probably not. I don't remember her being called.
You need to ask crime scene to courtroom.
He's gone quite quiet. Has there been much from him recently?
He's back to the Essex Boys stuff. I think he's back to the Essex Boys murders, but that was his métier. And I don't know. I'd like to think. Well, no. Would I like to think? I don't know. For a lot of people, this is a gift that keeps giving. They want this to be the case. They just want it. They want this to be a murder case rather than a miscarriage of justice case. But going back to what I was saying about the media can turn on a dime, and when they get a real hunger for what this story actually is from their perspective, they're never going to let go. It's all going to be about what you were saying earlier, Jonathan. This poor nurse who was targeted unfairly, and that's they'll be hungry for that, and they can fit. I think they're
maybe.
Well, they are beginning to turn, aren't they? They are bit by bit.
Yeah.
Who's the guy? Is it on the Times? Who's that? The medical writer, the medical journalist on the Times? A guy called Sean Linton. Have you come across him? Has anybody come across Sean Linton?
I haven't read any of his, no.
Well, he's been very much anti Lucy Letby, for want of a better expression, all the way through. He hasn't turned yet, but he's sort of... I don't know if he ever will, really. It's almost as though it feels as though people... Somebody like Liz Hull...
I was just about to mention that. They're Voldemort there, yeah.
They're invested in this. And they're invested in terms of their own career, actually. In terms of awards they've won.
But when Lucy's acquitted, what's Liz Hull going to do? Is she going to... She surely can't carry on printing things... saying doubting the acquittal or something. Surely not. I don't know what she's going to do. What she's going to say.
It's a bit like the corner that Evans is in. They've gone so far. It's like Macbeth in Shakespeare's Macbeth. He goes, "I've gone so far, going backwards, and it's as tedious as to go onwards. I might as well carry on murdering people." Essentially, they've gone too far. And they can only carry on in that vein. And Judith Moritz, I'm not sure if she's exactly on the same level as She sort of is, isn't she? Really, she's sort of in that same camp. I don't think they can go back.
No.
Mm.
I don't think they expected Burnham Wood to move to Dunstanane.
Yeah, exactly. Burnham Wood to Dunstanane. Yeah, that's yeah. That the equivalent of that is Shoe Lee's coming up with coming up Burnham Wood. You know, that's what he's doing with all those other people. I can't remember all their names. I love what's her name? Dimitrova. What's her first name? Dimitrova. She's brilliant.
It's been a while now.
Yeah, Sviliena Dimitrova. She was in that Channel 5 thing.
Yeah, she's brilliant, isn't she? Yeah,
she's fantastic, and she's like an anti-Evans. You know, they're all anti-Evans. All those people. I don't know about because of it. I mean, you're a doctor, Jonathan. Does Evans sounds like a doctor to you? It doesn't sound like a doctor to me. It just doesn't sound like a scientist. Does it to anybody? I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know what I make of. I have such a very, very, very poor opinion of him that I'm afraid I'm not really objective when it comes to Dewey Evans. I really am not. Hey, hello.
Oh yeah, I know exactly. Hello, Carl's actually on the news.
He's literally on the job.
This is good. I'm loving this.
I am on the job.
This is brilliant.
You're probably going to knock on my door in a minute. I'm expecting.
What have you ordered?
Well, I've ordered a chicken booner and I don't know what it was.
I'm just trying to negotiate Anfield Road safely.
So what's on your mind there? What's going on, Carl? So
what's on my mind?
Road, yeah.
Well, I wanted to join you earlier, but I didn't want to sort of risk dying just to come on a stream. So
no, of course not. No, of course not.
So I've come to the end of towards the end of my delivery shift, and I thought I'd join you, but I have been sort of obviously leaving messages and
yes.
Interesting. You're talking. Are you currently talking about Judith Morris?
Yeah, we're doing a little bit of round robin thing about the journalist a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you know, I felt so uncomfortable at Thirlwall sitting near her. I really felt so uncomfortable because I wanted to say something to her, but I thought I would create a scene.
Was she hot?
Sorry.
Was she hot? Was she hot?
No, not that. No, she was just. I just find what she has said so far reprehensible. You know, she's just a. I don't know. There's something evil about her. There's something that just gave me bad vibes.
Yeah, Liberated Minds stressed it before that when people project. You know, when people think that someone's guilty of doing something heinous, I think it's a reflection on them, on, you know, the fact that they could think that someone else is doing something so bad. I really do think it's just an awful reflection on them rather than, you know, projection.
Exactly, and I just think the fact, even in the documentary, you know the BBC sort of the most recent one she did about Lucy Letby, where her colleague was kind of pointing out reasons. Sorry,
was it Panorama?
What was that? Oh, Panorama, that was it. Where her colleague was pointing out reasons why Lucy might be innocent, and she was literally doubling down on what she had to say. And then in that same, because I was going to make a complaint to the BBC because it was in that document, in that Panorama, where she said when the verdict came through, there was no reaction from Lucy Letby, and that was a sign that she was evil and a cold killer.
Yeah, that was a lie.
And it was a complete and utter lie because she
absolute lie.
Spoke to the judge and said, "I'm innocent.
I'm innocent." Yeah, it was a lie.
Yeah. So it was a complete and utter lie, and it just made me so angry. I just thought, this woman.
Yeah.
I don't. But the other thing you guys were saying about the motivation for the consultants and Dewey Evans to say what they've said, knowing that it isn't true. I think they all had different motivations. Obviously, Stephen Breary, motivation was the fact that he might have had a guilty conscience about the baby that he was responsible for killing.
Yes.
Allegedly. I'll add, just to save
Allegedly.
Mark from a legal
Allegedly, exactly.
Save yourself, Carl, not Mark.
I don't care about me.
Yeah.
I'm more worried about Mark. I
Yeah,
love
don't worry
courts.
about
I love
me.
going to court. I love going to court. I spent most of my adult life in court. But
I'm a newbie with that.
yeah. But I mean that was his motivation. I think with Ravi Jairam, I don't know what his motivation was. I can't honestly say what his motivation was. But Dewey Evans obviously was financial. It was to pay for his sports cars and things.
But they all probably managed to convince themselves that she was guilty, probably just to save their own conscience.
I don't think that. I think in the case of Dewey Evans, I don't think he knew at all whether she was guilty or innocent. He thought, "What's the worst that could happen here? The worst that could happen is that she is innocent, and they come up with evidence to prove that she's innocent. But I'm just going to get paid anyway." So I don't think he knew either way.
There's a weird element of fame that's like a kind of a sliver running through all this. You know, there's Jairam wants to be on the television. There's Dewey Evans wants to be a politician. He loves the limelight. He loved the limelight. There's a kind of element of fame here, and the idea of capturing someone and being a hero.
Yes.
There's an element of that that's pulling a lot of these people. And then when you come into the media people themselves, like Judith Moritz and Liz Hull, these people are getting awards for this shit, and they're loving it. They're lapping it up, you know. And Hughes is getting an award. Everyone's getting awards here.
Yeah, everyone.
J.R. and Breary got a whistleblowing award.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's getting prizes for a bunch of absolute bollocks.
Do you know what? Could you imagine if Jimmy Savile was still alive, and it was like 30 years ago? They'd be getting Blue Peter. I'm not Blue. What do you call it? Jimmy Savile. What did he used to give them?
Jim will fix it badges.
Jim
will fix it badges.
Yeah,
they'll be going to Buckingham Palace with Jimmy Savile and getting, all sorts.
Absolutely, it'd be, yeah. There's no doubt that it'd be on the New Year's honours list or something. Jairam is the. No, I think there's something weird here.
They worked in hospitals, and that was Jimmy Savile's sort of what would you call it, venue of choice.
Yeah, yes, he gravitated towards that.
So he would have been straight at the Countess of Chester. He would have been straight there, and that would have been interesting. That would have been very interesting. How that would have panned out in.
Yes, absolutely. I just think there's something about the. Do you know, the whole thing about true crime? It's massive everywhere. Netflix, it's everywhere. There's something about the pull of this, the kind of not celebrity of it, but the kind of the infamy of it. It's like pulling it's like an engine pushing this forward. Really.
Yeah, I mean, true crime is a popular. On Netflix, there's loads and loads of true crime stuff. It's really popular.
Well, on YouTube as well, it's massive on YouTube. It's one of the. If you want to make a channel to make money out of YouTube, for example, you'd go into true crime or something. Yeah, you'd go into that. If you weren't anybody that was known, that's what you would do. So I think there's a kind of almost like there's a money thread going through all this.
And you mentioned Blue Peter earlier. I think there was a little bit of Blue Peter about Evans's murder methods. Like, here's one I made. Here's one I made earlier.
Yeah.
And it's been pre-packaged for him. This insulin nonsense.
Yeah.
Yeah, with a sticky back plastic that they sellotape because it was a thing. And there's the tortoise and there's the Shep. And exactly. He's just the guy. The guy's a nutter. I've always said it. I've always said the guy's a nutter. He is an absolute freak show, Evans. I mean, but they're out there. They're out there. But Southall. When you look at the interview with Southall now, I think it's Southall rather than Meadow. The guy that, but he comes across as a psychopath. Just in a 5-minute interview.
Yeah.
It's just, these people are not. They're not normal. I'm not saying I'm normal, but
well, the funny thing, Jabe has been uploading Evans's testimony at the trial. Now, what's funny about it is the voice is read by AI, but you could just absolutely hear Evans saying every single word, the cadence that comes across. About this, the voice is read by AI, but you could just absolutely hear.
Sorry, I'd left my TV on when I went out.
That's all right. No worries. Yeah. So you're saying about Jabe's been uploading those things with Evans.
Even though it's voiced by AI, you can absolutely hear Evans's voice sort of come through in the wording and the ridiculousness of the answers. And he can never. Someone pointed out, I think it's the guy, one of the commenters, Shawalter or something. He can never answer. He gets asked a yes or no question about 30 times. Not once will he say yes or no. He has to give some convoluted answer.
Is an absolute. I don't know. I can't. I've run out of words. I can't think of words for it.
He's a lunatic. He's a
lunatic. He's a lunatic. He's a lunatic. I mean.
Who's getting a call? Someone's getting a call.
It's not me. Nobody calls me. Nobody writes. Nobody calls. But the thing about Evans is like, I don't know. Like we were saying earlier, Carl. It's like with Jonathan. He's got nowhere else to go. He can't backtrack now.
No,
he can't backtrack. He cannot backtrack now. If you're thinking about this in a dramatic sense, in terms of a play or a story or a novel, he cannot go back now. He cannot go back.
No, he can't, because he's given. Oh, sorry. He's given so many interviews that, where he's said what he's had to say, and it's very difficult for him to say all those interviews that I gave, like the 700 interviews, are all rubbish, and now I'm going to tell the truth.
Yes, or I was this much wrong. That it's fundamentally it's him. It's him that's caused. It's him that is the cause of Nurse Lucy Letby being in prison tonight.
Yeah,
it's him, and he knows that, and he can't. How can he back off? How can he back off it? He can't.
But do you know what? You could blame him, and you could blame the jury, and you could blame a lot of people, but you got to blame Judge Goss. Because he had an opportunity to remove Dewey Evans for good reason from the trial.
Exactly.
He didn't have to have him as an expert witness, because he was given a way out, and he just dropped the ball, didn't he?
I'm seeing this like almost like a Shakespearean play. It's like the character's offered an opportunity to stop this tragedy happening and doesn't take it. And that's what you're saying there. Goss is offered the opportunity, doesn't want to take it, doesn't take it. And it happens. The tragedy happens. And that's where we are.
And it's a very terrible tragedy. I mean, for Lucy Letby, it's like, almost her life over for no good reason.
But can you imagine what it must be like day after day going through what she's going through? I mean, it must be utter hell for her. I just... if you go into prison, they've interviewed women who've gone into prison, they've done things wrong and they accept it. But when you're innocent and you're having to, and with no end in sight, that's what every criminal that goes into prison, they always say, all I'm thinking about is the day I'm going to leave prison. That's all my thoughts are about the day I'm going to leave prison. But what it must be like for her, I just empathise with her so much. I just just
Yeah.
tears me up actually thinking of what it must be like day in, day out for her.
But I think wasn't it immediately after the second trial that she sacked her her lawyer and got Mark McDonald?
Well, she hasn't actually officially sacked them. They've got the same team. He's actually the new junior. So he basically, Myers is still the KC in it. And it's just
Oh,
that
I didn't know that. Okay.
I didn't
yeah,
know
no,
that.
it's
I didn't know.
he hasn't actually. But Myers is still the top, and everyone calls Mark McDonald KC, but he isn't. I don't think
No, he's not. I don't think he is a KC, but no.
So so he hasn't actually, and she's still got the same solicitors firm as well.
Okay.
When Lady Thirlwell said
realise
there's a
that.
new solicitors firm, it's only because Mark McDonald uses when he's ever communicating with people, he uses his own solicitors firm. So that was why there was a new solicitors firm involved. But she's still with her same solicitors firm in Chester.
Okay, but I mean, just having Mark McDonald straight after the end of the second trial probably gave her hope. If she didn't have Mark McDonald, if she'd still had to carry on with the same team, I think she would have lost all hope. I think she's probably quite positive because Mark McDonald believes in her.
Yeah.
And he's very effective at what he does. He's not just somebody who gives it all the talk. You know, there's a lot of people who talk the talk but don't walk the walk, but he absolutely walks the walk.
Oh, he does, yeah.
Definitely. There's never been a case like this. There's never been a case where somebody's been convicted and you've got this kind of movement essentially of people, this growing movement of people straight after the conviction is building up to this level now. This is unprecedented at every level.
Yeah.
And I think part of that is because this whole case is an unprecedented kind of case because it shows up the whole system for what it is.
But it's also,
you know,
it's also the international scale of it because the people providing support for her are not just the British public; it's across the whole world.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You know, I've never known a British case that has had that much. You know, someone who's been found guilty to have so much support abroad, and constantly being talked about. I'll have to find it, but I was watching I think it was in Australia or somewhere. There was recently a news report about the case. I think I might have been watching it when I was in Thailand, but there was in Australia. They're talking about the case.
They're talking about it everywhere, and you know, like the New York Times spent $100,000 on this. Well,
Wow.
allegedly, you know, they bought that transcript. We were told it was $100,000.
They bought this transcript.
Well, yeah, they had that. They bought the transcript in order for Rachel Aviv to eventually come out in May 2024 with that. That was a real kind of node point, really, in 2024. Rachel Aviv's article was massive. I think that was a big thing. There's a whole journey to this. This is, if it wasn't so terrible for Lucy and her family and the parents, of course, it's a fascinating journey towards. This is a whole system being challenged, really, en route, and we're part of that. We're a small part of it, but we're part of it, and it's the whole system being looked at and analysed. I think here, and being found wanting, isn't it? Really,
It's still quite sad because if you think about it, when this all started, she was 25, and she's now like 35.
Oh God!
So she's lost a lot of her youth dealing with this, and this is one of the reasons. Like when I left the civil service, I was 29. I was under a cloud for a year, and I thought I'm not going to spend my whole youth dealing with this nonsense. You know, when I've not done anything wrong, I'm going to get on with my life because I'm young and I can still get work elsewhere.
Yeah.
And I think if she had walked out of the Countess of Chester, I'm not criticising her, but if she'd walked out of the Countess of Chester in 2015 or 2016 when it became apparent what was going on, she probably and just walked away from nursing, she'd be a free woman today.
I absolutely agree. Absolutely agree. I've always felt that.
But it's not. I'm not saying she was at fault for not doing that, because
No.
it was quite brave of her to stick around. I was a chicken, not even a chicken. I was just someone who just didn't want all the sort of drama and everything. I just wanted to get on with my life.
But did you,
And
Carl? Did you have a sense that if you had, like Lucy Letby, if you fought them, they'd come back harder on you in some
oh
way?
no, I did fight. I did fight. I left and I fought them. I took them to a tribunal. I
You left
left,
and then you fought them.
and
Yeah.
and then they sent me a letter exonerating me and said to me, "Please come back to work." And I basically said, "F off. I'm not interested."
That's an interesting distinction that I don't think has ever really been discussed. Had Lucy Letby left, it was the fact, Jai he's talked to you about that interview where she's coming back and and Lucy Letby goes to him. This is in Jai words. He says that she asked him, "Will you be happy for me to come back?" And he says, "Well, no, you're coming back because they've decided it, the management." He wouldn't say that, I'm not happy about it, but I'll accept it. In other words, could Lucy Letby have won the grievance, left the trust, and still be a free person? I think possibly yes.
Yes, I think they would have not pursued it as to the extent that they did. I think their determination was because they looked bad if she stayed, because they had to apologize, and then she was back in the job, which meant that they
Yes,
were wrong,
precisely
and they didn't want to
Dan.
be wrong. They couldn't possibly be wrong.
It's I don't know. Does it seem too inconceivable that their egos are that fragile that they had to go nuclear based on the fact that she was coming back? Because I've always felt that had she dropped it, had she gone sick, had she left the trust, gone elsewhere, it wouldn't be a murder case. It wouldn't be anything. We wouldn't know about it.
Yeah, it would have just gone away, really, and it
I
would have
think
just
so
been,
too. I think
yeah,
it would have done.
it would have been like all the other trusts that had the same problems that the Countess of Chester had, where they had an increase in neonatal deaths in that period, and none of those resulted in anybody going to prison. And this would have just been swept, put alongside those as just an anomaly.
Yes, I mean, there's a period. I've always thought, well, she goes to the island of lost souls, as Jairam calls it, and had she not she brings the grievance in September 2016, I think, but then they're not doing anything with the police. Nobody's doing anything with the police for like 8 months. They're
Yeah.
not doing anything with the police, are they? They're doing nothing with the police. No, nobody at the hospital is.
I'd have to check my notes, because I think there was a meeting between somebody else before Paul Hughes and other people got involved. There was someone else within the police who
Oh
met
yeah,
with,
yeah. There's the
with
one
Tony
where
Chambers and Ian Harvey.
there's
And
the high up guy in the police says there's nothing here. Basically, there's
yeah,
nothing here
exactly.
we can work on. But basically, in the last half of 2016, is any consultant ringing the police and saying there's a serial killer here? No, there's not, is there? The last half of 2016, nobody's saying anything.
Yeah.
In other words, Lucy Letby could be gone on her toes. Serial killer can go to another trust and start serial killing over there. She's not our serial killer anymore. We don't have to worry about her. And that's the unbelievability of the whole situation, and that's why you get a kind of a sign of this, that they were making it into a joke almost. I think this thing about nurse death. Well, if you got a real serial killer there, would you be making a joke about it? Would it be a kind of currency of gossip? Oh, that's just the serial killer doing what they're doing,
I'm going to make a confession. When I worked in the civil service, we had suspicions that one or two members of staff were serial killers.
Well, there's definitely a few around that have never been caught. Yeah, there's obviously.
Yeah. So people did make jokes. People did make jokes about those members of staff. It does happen.
Yeah, it does happen. And this is what Dr. Michael McConville
And
says. He says in every hospital there's somebody designated as nurse death or doctor death.
yeah,
But
well, go on,
yeah.
sorry.
Sorry, no, go ahead, please. Sorry.
No, I was going to say what made it sort of seem more real in my situation was that one of my former colleagues, the person I took over from in the civil service was Dennis Nielsen,
Oh
who
no,
Oh
was a
my
really?
serial
God.
killer.
Oh wow, the main man, yeah.
Yeah, he was a serial killer.
The
So all
guy.
my colleagues, so I was quite junior, and I took over as a union rep from Dennis Nielsen.
And he was a union rep, wasn't he? He was a
Yeah,
union
yeah,
rep.
he was a union
Yeah.
rep, and I took over from him when I joined. I
I
didn't
know.
know,
Yeah.
and quite a lot of my colleagues were good friends with him. You see, so it was kind of all weird, and there was a lot of discussion about him, and then there were lots of discussions about people who he was particularly close to at work, and people would joke about the possibility that they might be serial killers too.
Wow.
So did you ever meet him then? Did you ever meet?
No,
Spencer?
we were never working in the civil service at the same time. I joined probably a year or so after him, after he got arrested, shall I say, or whatever.
He
That's
was
extraordinary.
because he worked for the job centre, didn't he?
Yeah, yeah. Well,
He
that's
was
where I
very.
worked originally in DWP, or what was it, DSS and Job Centre Plus and whatever.
He was very popular. He was the union rep. He used
Yeah,
to arrange parties. He actually brought in this kind of like massive pot that he actually ended up boiling somebody's head in to
yeah,
make a
yeah. So
punch
I
for
hear.
the Christmas party. So yeah,
Yeah.
he's well, I've worked in the job centre as well, so there's always a few characters in there. You think you never know.
Oh, there were
Yeah.
loads of characters. It's unbelievable some of the characters I worked
I
with.
found in the job centre there's either people that are real full of the milk of human kindness or
Yeah,
absolute sadists. It's one or the other. You get
yeah,
evil.
true,
Yeah, it's just like,
true. You get a
yeah,
lot of drug addicts and alcoholics in that environment as well. A lot of my colleagues were alcoholics or drug addicts.
yeah. There was a few when I worked as well, but it's
Mhm.
and a lot of bullying as well in the civil
Oh
service.
yeah. Oh
There's a
God,
lot of bullying. Yeah,
probably the worst place in the world for bullying, because the original grades in the civil service were based on military grades.
were they right?
Yeah. So like officers, so they were like clerical officers, admin officers, and all sorts of. So the levels like executive officer, they were all based on military grades. And there were a lot of ex-military, because when I joined in the 80s, it was still the old school sort of people who'd done national service and then been in the army and all. So they were all very military. All the senior managers were very military people, and it was very much a boys' club when I joined.
Yeah,
So at
yeah,
senior manager level, and so you it was very much like, I remember one day I got to work at what time did I get? I think I got to work at 9:29 or something silly like that. And the latest you could get to work was 9:30, and I got to work at 9:29. Sat down, took my coat off, and got my pens and stuff, and started to do my work. And I got called in by my manager, and my manager said to me, "You have to be in order to start work at 9:30. You have to be in the office by 9:25." So
mm,
9:29 was too late.
yeah, yeah. I've had jobs like that where you got to turn up before you're meant to start, and yeah, you got to be ready to
Yeah.
start. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So that's what I was told. I
Wow.
said the latest you can come in is 9:25 if you're starting at 9:30. I was like, oh, okay, this is news.
But your experience, and I don't know, I don't know if you've experienced it, Jonathan, any kind of like bullying situations in your workplace as well, have you?
Yeah, no, I mean, I've had nasty situations. So yeah, no, I mean
Mm,
it's rife, and sadly, it's very rife in the NHS. As we,
mm,
nothing to the
Yeah.
extent of Lucy Letby, but I mean, it's a horrible reality, really.
yeah.
It is, isn't it? Do you know? I watched Stuart Gillham's brilliant video today about Gibbs. I thought it was a fantastic video. Um, there's a question that I'd like to ask him and you all here now, because he posits this difference. He says, well, there's these consultants. There's 7 consultants. Gibbs does this big spiel about it wasn't 4, it was 7 of us, etc. In other words, 7 of us against Lucy Letby. Stuart Gillam says, well, look at Thirlwall. There's like about 2 to 1. There's about 20 people giving evidence saying we didn't know anything about Lucy Letby. We didn't suspect her of anything. We thought she was a good nurse. In other words, he's kind of making a comparator between the people that thought that she was guilty, other people didn't know anything. But my perception of that is that a lot of the people that were saying we didn't know anything, well, there's another reason for them to say we didn't know anything, is because if they say they did know something, why didn't they act then? Why didn't they act upon what they said they knew? So do you see what I mean? That there's a reason why people would say, I don't know anything about this, even though they might have been part of the gossip about it. It's a safety position, isn't it, to say, I didn't know anything about a murderer, even though I did, everyone was talking about it. It's a safety position to say I didn't know anything about this. It doesn't necessarily mean that they weren't part of that scapegoating operation. I don't know what you think about that.
No, absolutely. I think that's just put it in a nutshell.
So but I'm not saying that's the case with all of them, though. I'm not saying, I think some of them might be genuine, that they actually believe she's innocent, but it's not necessarily the case that just because they're saying at Thirlwall we didn't know anything about this means that they, it's like with Jesus, like, I don't know. It's like I'm washing my hands of this situation. Otherwise, I don't want to know about it. It's nothing to do with me, Gov.
Well, yeah. I mean, I suppose they just don't want to get caught up in the whole trial and the inquiry. So it's just a way to have a quiet life, just to say, all right, I wasn't involved in it when they were. Because it makes them look. Also, it's almost admitting that you suspected that someone was a killer and you did nothing about it.
Exactly, because if they say, well, yeah, of course, I was always thinking she was a killer. They'll say, well, why didn't you say anything?
Yeah.
But in a sense, the doctors, so-called, are all in that position as well. They kept it all to themselves, didn't they? Until they didn't.
Yeah,
they kept it to themselves. Why would you have a drawer of doom and then keep it to yourself? It's insanity. It don't make any sense.
It is a bit strange as well.
But Carl, the comparison of knowing Nielsen and, of course, people suspecting he was a serial killer when, of course, he absolutely was. What was the reaction then when he was found to be a serial killer? What the people who said at that stage, we always thought he was a serial killer. How did that go down? What was the upshot of all that?
Well, to be honest with you, I don't know if they said they thought he was they thought he was a bit strange.
Yeah, it was.
Okay. So nobody ever said, I think he's a killer. He's a serial killer.
They started thinking people were serial killers after he got caught, because they suddenly thought these behaviours that make people seem strange may be the sign that they're serial killers, because he was a serial killer. But
I see.
But prior to him being caught,
suspected at all. Nobody suspect. They thought he was a bit strange, but they never suspected he was a serial killer.
No, they didn't suspect he was a serial killer at the time, as far as I'm aware.
I don't think they did. I don't think they did. Not from his work position. I mean, it was just basically, it comes back to a plumber again. Basically, it was the plumber, because the toilets were blocked in this, and the person found this awful human meat essentially in the pipes, and that's what happened. That's how it came about. But it was discovered. But I think he was, to all intents and purposes, he was quite popular at work. He was a bit of a jovial character. They quite liked him, but a bit strange at the same time. A bit like one of these fast show characters, He
definitely had a group of friends in the office who I became friends with when I joined the civil service.
Yeah.
Who were very close to him, and couldn't believe that he, when they found out he was a serial killer, they were in shock.
Yeah.
They had no idea. They just thought he was odd. But there were a lot of people in the civil service who were odd. So it wasn't
Oh God.
unique in that sense.
Yeah. Well, exactly. Yeah. I mean, it's just that's extraordinary.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, there was people that there's a brilliant thing on YouTube where there's a guy that survived Dennis Nielsen essentially because he woke up. I don't know if you've ever seen it. He's quite a young guy at the time. Woke up with all these kind of like strings of a sleeping bag around his neck, and
I
he
think
sort
I
of
remember.
survived it.
Yeah, I remember reading about that. I think.
Yeah, and so, but he kind of report. I don't think he. I'm not sure he even reported it. But the thing about Nielsen is that he just it's who he was targeting. People that weren't particularly necessarily quickly missed because they were floating. They'd come in from London to London from other places, didn't they?
Yeah.
And they were like transient in some ways, and nobody knew if they'd gone to visit him. And
I can't remember. Did he pick up men in like bars and stuff like that?
yeah, he did. Just around Kentish Town and other particular
and
pubs around
and
there.
King's Cross and King's
King's
Cross.
Cross. Yeah, he'd be able to get people back, young guys. I've read quite a bit about him, and the first place that he lived in, because he did it in 2 different venues. He was literally burning the bodies of these victims in the back garden, and other people were saying, "Oh, Dennis, you're doing another bonfire type of thing," and he kind of seemed to get away with that in the first place. He had this kind of ground floor flat, but it was only when he moved to this other flat, which was higher up, and the people below him, everything got blocked up in the drains with them. That's when it all went wrong.
But do you think he might have wanted to get caught? Because surely he would have expected, like I would expect, if I put body parts in the drains, it's gonna. Do you know what I mean? It's gonna get blocked eventually.
Well, absolutely, and I think this really zooms back into what we're talking about with Nurse Lucy Letby. There's nothing about her that says anything to do with serial killer. There's nothing about her. I mean, I was going to say about her doing the grievance thing. Well, no, I mean it's the opposite, isn't it? I mean, she wants to be accepted where she is. She wants Jayaram to want to be happy to work with her. It doesn't make any sense. I don't know whether he wanted to get caught. I don't know. What do you think, Jonathan, about Nielsen? Do you think he wanted to that?
I don't. I mean, I agree. If you put body parts down a drain, they're going to get blocked, and eventually, particularly in a big flat. So, I think the more interesting one is Harold Shipman, because he'd got away with it for. I know a lot about Harold Shipman, but Harold Shipman had got away with it for a long time, and it was only when he falsified the will of this elderly patient quite blatantly on this typewriter. I mean, that really was trying to be caught, wasn't it? But yet, when he was cross-examined in court, he denied it and came up with all sorts of really arrogant sort of explanations, and that that he borrowed her typewriter or something very strange. But yeah, I think Harold Shipman eventually wanted to get caught. I think he did, because that was just suicide to do that. But he would have got away with it if he'd not been so reckless at the end. He would have got away with it.
He would have got away with it if he hadn't done that particular will, because he did it on a typewriter that was very specific, wasn't it? And they could trace.
Well, it was the woman's typewriter. It was her own. They proved that he had used the typewriter it was her typewriter. I mean, and then he had the audacity to say, "Oh yes, I borrowed it" or something in court. But it again, he came across very arrogant. He went through trial. He had, there was so much evidence against him, and yet he still went to trial. It was just extraordinary, really.
Well, did he commit suicide? Did he?
He did, yeah.
He did, yes. Same with Fred West. He did as well, doesn't he? They seem to allow them to commit suicide. The actual. But this is I mean, we're in a completely different territory than Lucy Letby, she's like nothing to do with any of these kind of people, and that's what's so horrific about what we're dealing with, that they've actually gone to someone who's actually completely ultra innocent, supremely kind of innocent. I'm not saying she's perfect, but she's a very, very innocent type of person. She's a very, obviously a really lovely kind of person, and that's what's so bizarre about this.
No, absolutely, I completely agree. The more you find out about her, the more it's quite obvious, isn't it, really?
Well,
Yeah.
I remember the day I read the article in the New Yorker. So that's going back to, I don't know, about May of last year.
Yeah.
And I didn't know what I was going to read. I didn't know, I assumed she was guilty at that point. And I just thought, well, let me read this article anyway. And I sat there and read it. It was one of the longest magazine newspaper articles I'd ever read in my life.
Yeah, 13,000 words, yeah.
Yeah, and I just sat there reading it until I got to the end. And by the time I got to the last sentence, I think I was just so enraged. I was fuming. I was like, wow, this is
Yeah.
how did this ever get to trial? How did this case ever get to trial? And then I thought, no, there must be more to it. So I need to, do a bit more digging, because maybe there's stuff that they left out of the New Yorker article
Yeah.
that proves she's guilty. And I was trying to prove that she was guilty and that the New Yorker was wrong, because I thought
Yes.
our legal system couldn't be that bad.
But it was. It was, wasn't it? It
And
was
the
terrible.
more I dug, the worse it got. It just got worse and worse. And I thought, oh my God, it is really this disgusting.
It's
Our
that
our,
bad. It is that bad.
our justice system is so bad.
That New Yorker article was masterful. It was a brilliant piece of work. It was absolutely stunning.
It
If
was. It
somebody,
was.
I don't know this. What's his name? What am I talking? What am I thinking about? Oh yeah, David Rose. David Rose has got some serious people leaking to him and giving him information
Yeah.
right now. He's getting
Wow.
he's getting emails from Jayaram Tabreri, that other people have never seen. He's gonna be publishing this soon. So
Oh
that's what.
wow, that's
Yeah,
crazy.
but this is the interview, Carl, that's come up on this guy's channel called.
Oh, I've
Can I, have you
seen
seen it?
the and is it Andy something or something like that?
And Andy Hale or Andy
Yeah.
Hale? Yeah,
Yeah,
Andy
I've seen
Hale.
the interview, but I didn't know he was getting leaked emails.
Yeah, well, this is what David Rose says in that. He says, "Well, this hasn't been published anywhere, so this is completely new. So it wasn't published at Thirlwall. It's
But
the thing about we got to pique the police's interest,
but can he? There's a big question about whether he can publish them, because if it's NHS internal emails, it might
Yeah.
come under the official secrets.
Yes, that come up earlier in the stream today. I was wondering that whether he's got what
He
range
could get
he's
into a
got
lot of
to.
trouble.
He could get into trouble doing that. I don't know
He
whether
probably needs to
he's
speak
got.
to a solicitor before he goes publishing them.
Probably, and maybe that's why, because he says to Andy Hale, and he says, "I'm giving this to you first," essentially, and the guy goes, "Oh, that's great,"
Mm-hmm.
It's not been published yet,
But,
but maybe
but what he
there's
could do is he could hand it to someone in America and they could publish it, because they don't fall under British jurisdiction.
Well, exactly, and that comes right back to Rachel Aviv, how it came out. Really, I know there's stuff going on YouTube and other places, but the big thing was the Rachel Aviv article, and it was from the New Yorker, so it wasn't gonna. Peter Hitchens did a certain amount but it was kind of not. Rachel Aviv was something else. That was an incredible thing what she did.
Yeah, yeah, it was.
Incredible.
And do you know what? I don't think things would be where they are today without that article. Without that, certainly wouldn't have my channel talking about it if it wasn't for that article.
Well, that's true, and I don't know, because this is such a sequence of events now, and I don't know what would have happened without Sarita Adams and Science on Trial. Even though Science on Trial is no more, but it was a part of a sequence of events.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what would have happened without that. I'm not sure whether who was it that got a fire lit under Rachel Aviv to kind of get interested in this. I don't know who that was. Maybe it was Sarita Adams.
Yeah,
because she was the person that was doing it on a level that was really and Richard. I'm forgetting names now.
Richard Gill.
Richard Gill, yeah.
Yeah.
Where they were writing to the court, and this was during the case while it was ongoing. So I'm not sure what it's like lost in the mist of time in a way how it's happened in some way,
One question, one thing I've been sort of mulling over is if the case ends up back with the Court of Appeal, which it's almost certainly going to do, and they decide that there's going to be a retrial, what can we do as a collective to help Lucy Letby in a retrial? Is there anything we can do, or do we just sit back and just watch and wait?
That's a great question. What do you think, Jonathan?
I've been in touch. One of the girls at the protest is a phenomenally bright paediatrician, and she's been sending a lot of stuff to Mark McDonald. But the trouble is, because she's a very, very, very bright girl, but the trouble is he isn't really accepting it. He just wants his 14 experts, and in some ways he's right, but I don't. It's very difficult for us outside their sort of legal team to influence, because I think he'll probably just choose the people who he instructs and then use them. I don't know we can directly influence him. I think if we were going to influence anyone, it would be the experts who he instructs, and just try and inform them about things. That's really all we can do.
Yeah.
My feeling on that is that once I don't know. It's a weird thing to be able to kind of try to answer. I don't think it's going to be a retrial. I don't think it's conceivable. So in a sense, it's almost like a moot point that I don't think it's going to happen. I think, and this is why the system is so blocked in a way. They don't know what to deal with it. They don't know how to deal with this. That they know it's going to be so much blowback from this. So I'm not sure how they're going to deal with it, but it has to lead to exoneration, and
that's the ultimate.
It has to, but Carl, I don't think can you envisage a retrial? It's just madness, isn't it?
I can't imagine there would be a retrial, but you got to prepare yourself for what I would say is the worst, is that we have another 10-month trial or something. But it wouldn't be 10 months, because they wouldn't be able to get so many people to lie on the stand again.
No.
So it could only last a month at most, maybe a week at best.
Yeah, it's going to be.
It's going to be a short. Because there's loads of stuff that people might want to bring in as evidence again, which would just be thrown out, because it has to be thrown out, because it's no longer valid. It would just be perjury now. To bring
is it just going to be? I don't know if it's going to be Nicholas Johnson. Let's say there was a retrial. Nicholas Johnson, it's going to be him on his own, with nobody backing him up. Is Marnarides going to come in like as a late starter? No one's going to come. It's going to be this guy. It's almost going to be a mirror image of what the first trial was. In other words, the defence will be loaded with all these experts, and the prosecution will have nothing, nada, zilch.
Yeah, no, it's true.
It will be the opposite.
But even when I was watching that, is it Andy Hale?
Andy Hale with
podcast. Yeah, and what he said was he couldn't believe that they actually had a trial with no evidence against them.
Exactly. That's why I thought. Yeah, brilliant.
That was his immediate reaction. Hi, Operation Merlin Falcon.
Hey, Carl, Mark.
Hey,
Jonathan.
Hey, I've just got to go to the loo. Will you excuse me?
Okay.
Please carry on.
Oh, you're going to leave now that I arrived. Okay.
I've been here for 4 hours.
I know. I saw some of it. I just couldn't. I'm heading home from work. I couldn't go on. I watched a little bit of it, though, and I was like, hey, I got to go on this all-star cast here.
Yeah. But have you seen the podcast by Andy Hale and David Rose?
I did, Carl. I did. I put that out on my a short this morning, and also put it on the community page for the Operation Merlin Falcon channel, and encouraged because I'm starting to get some audience over here, and that's my plan to kind of push the message out to some new folks in the U.S. so they know about the other side of the Lucy Letby story, Carl.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. Out of interest, why is your channel called Operation Merlin Falcon?
Well, it's kind of a two-part story. One is, it's a challenge to the Operation Hummingbird, if you know anything about Merlin Falcons, without saying the brunt end of what happens in a fight between the Merlin Falcon and the Hummingbirds. But the other part, right? The other, and that's kind of what compelled me to get involved in this, Carl. And that's something I came up with. But I've always admired the British helicopter, the Merlin. I think it's AW101. I used to be a helicopter mechanic in the military for a time, and so I always admired that helicopter that you all have. I think they might have retired it. I'm not real sure. It's been a while.
Yeah.
So there you have it, the Merlin Falcon story.
Oh, right. I missed that. I missed the Merlin Falcon story. Oh, my God. I'll never know.
I asked why he called the channel Operation Merlin
I'm never going to
Falcon.
know. In some ways, I don't want to know. I like the mystery. I like the mystery.
Okay. Well, you can watch this back. If you change your mind, you can watch this back.
I can watch it back. Yeah, I don't like to watch it myself, but
so how did Operation?
Hey, you guys are coming in broken.
How did you get into Lucy Letby? I mean, you're in America. Why? What?
I go bars, but you guys are coming in broken for some reason.
Okay.
All right.
Can you hear me?
It must be.
I'm just asking how you got into it in the first place. How did you get to know about the Lucy Letby story while you were in America? What enabled you to find out about it, and why have you got so interested?
Well, Doc, how I ended up getting involved in it, and I've told this before a couple times on the Mark Mays show, and Mark, thanks for having me on again.
Yeah, I'm just.
And that's what I call it over here, the Mark Mays show, and I think that's a good title. Giving you a little tip there.
I laugh about it, but anyway,
It'll be like the Sonia Poulton show. Sonia Poulton.
Yeah.
Hey, Doc, I'm sorry, I got a little sidetracked because I'm on the front seat of this bus. So can you give me that question, the complete question again?
You're not driving it. No, you're not driving it yet.
No, I'm not driving. No. Here's my hand. See? I'm in the passenger seat, but Doc, can you give that question one more time? I'm sorry.
Yes, just tell us again what other people who are watching may not know either, but I'm just fascinated how you got so interested in Lucy Letby and how it was only a very small story, I understand, in America when it was going on. So how did it come to light to you, and how have you got so interested in it?
Yes, sir. What happened was my wife had watched. She was a big fan of the Todd Grande. It's a YouTube channel where he does review and analysis, and she had watched it. She had watched the segment, and I just caught a brief part of it. We were in the middle of building a house when I was just taking a break one evening and sat down and watched this program. It was his review and analysis, and the first time I watched it, I was like, "Yeah, she did it," you know. And coming from a law enforcement perspective, you know, there was a lot of, I guess, you know, the information coming in, specifically from Dr. Todd Grande. I think I trusted it because My wife had been watching that for a very long time, and so I kind of shrugged it off as well, it looks like everything's in order. Well, another time she had it on there, and I watched it again, and I was like, well, I want to look into this. Something doesn't seem right. I watched his review and analysis again, and it really piqued my curiosity. And I've never done that before. When I retired, I hung that part of my life up, on the coat rack and said, I'm done with that kind of stuff. And, I started studying it. And the more I started studying it, Doc, I found more inconsistencies and more problems with the investigation, the prosecution, and conviction of Lucy Letby. And that's the best way I know to put it.
All right, brilliant.
Yes.
Gosh, fantastic.
And that's how I I kind of fell upon the case. I really, like I've told Mark and these guys before, I was in the business, and Carl, he used to be in the business as well, of, investigating and locking people up, not letting them go. And, although I had a few instances during my career where, it was determined earlier on we didn't have the right person, and I was always the person to say, hey, we got to do something about this, and maybe make a few calls and over to the public defender's office or something and say, hey, this isn't the right guy, and this person doesn't belong, even one night in jail. So I've just always been that way, even when I was on the job. It wasn't something that and as I studied the Lucy Letby case, I saw more and more of a problem, or many problems actually. And you all know the rest of the story of how she got there, and it's just a sad case in my opinion.
No, absolutely.
It's sad what happened to her.
There's something about it it's almost like I'm not saying it's common sense that there's something weird with it, but it's an instinctive reaction for a lot of people that there's something wrong with it.
Yeah, Carl. Yep.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah, Mark, I get you too mixed up for some reason. I'm looking right at you, but
we're twins.
Sorry about that. But yeah, Mark, it's a bizarre feeling. I can't even describe it. When I first started, like I said, when I looked at it the second time around, well, this doesn't sound right. It's just an instinct. And, when you do the job, Carl knows what I'm talking about. There's certain instincts you develop through years of experience. It's called when the hair stands up on the back of your neck. Everybody has it. But when you train and you you conduct investigations, and they start mirroring one another sometimes. It's a lot of people say it's red flags, but it's human instinct of that little bit of hair on the back of your neck standing up, saying, "Wait a minute." It's almost like the feeling when you're walking down in an alley on the street in the middle of the night or something, and you hear footsteps behind you. It's human instinct to say, "Hey, maybe I shouldn't just turn around and look, see what's going on, or, peek out of the corner of my eye." But you get the feeling not only there, but then it's in your stomach. And I felt that way. The further I dug into the Lucy Letby case, the more I got like that. And, and like I said, it's just sad all the way around what happened to her. And I really don't even know how I can't even explain totally how in the hell that happened to her to start with, other than what you and all of us have discussed, Mark. It's just a tough thing to try to explain to somebody.
It's hard to explain. It's
exactly how she got in the position she's in.
Well, it's just even if you look at things like the insulin, the fact that there's no forensic analysis of any insulin bags.
Right.
There's no sort of proof that she ever had a syringe and injected insulin into any bags. It would have been impossible for her to, because she wasn't the one who necessarily put the insulin bags, allocated the bags to the babies. So she'd have had to inject every single bag with insulin, which would have meant a lot more babies getting sick on the same day.
Yeah.
So
That's one example, right, Carl? Yeah.
so it just doesn't add up. It just the insulin
Right.
thing, and then you look at the actual tests on the babies where
Right.
the levels are so high that it's got to be an error,
Right.
and things
We,
like that. It's just like there's literally no evidence. Nobody saw her do anything. There's no forensic. There's nothing. And you just think,
right.
how did the judge allow? I mean, normally, I remember when I used to be a fraud officer, and when we used to go to court, we used to have to lay the evidence. So on the first day, you go to a magistrate's court, and you basically tell the magistrate what the evidence is against that person, and the magistrate decides whether to refer it onto a Crown Court or whether to throw it out at that
Right.
stage. At that stage, at the first hurdle, Lucy Letby's case should have been thrown out because there was no evidence.
Right.
Yeah.
It was just wild speculation,
Right.
and you
Well,
can't go to court with wild speculation. It's like betting on horses.
right. And you and I have talked about that before because I've asked you how that worked, and I remember you telling me. And over here where I'm at, you go to a commissioner, and in charge that way, or you go to the state's attorney, and it goes before a grand jury, and a grand jury will decide whether it goes further from that point. And then there's one more phase that would go to, and that is to especially a case like that of that magnitude, there would be a hearing with the judge to see whether it moves up into the circuit court realm. Say if that was in the state court. So there's one more avenue or one more test that it goes through to see if that's going to be going to trial. And it's just when I started looking at all this, it's just unbelievable how this whole thing came about. Really, pretty much based on theory, several theories.
Yeah. And
that was beyond me how these theories were developed earlier on by the complainants, and that in itself is how, like I said the other night on Mark's show, is that's the invention of the Lucy Letby case, and that's the truth, folks, in my opinion.
The whole thing about the money that's being spent on the investigation, we've heard variously that Cheshire Police may have potentially spent up to 10 or 15 million pounds. Different reports about this. From a law enforcement point of view, OMF, Operation Merlin Falcon, that the idea that you're spending a lot of money on an investigation, can you see that somehow is a way that they've spent all this money, they've got to have something at the end of it, type of thing. In other words, they can't let go of the perp that they've
right. That could be a possibility, and Carl knows everybody's got a boss in that realm of things, and the big bosses, have bigger bosses, and they go right up into the political arena. And here's the problem: when you start investing that kind of money, and you didn't determine earlier on what you have is just like you all say over there is rubbish. Somebody's going to be in trouble at the top. It ain't going to be at the bottom. And I think that exacerbated the problem, no doubt. I think that once they got too invested, but Mark, it's like I said the other day, and I don't know if Carl's aware of this or not. He might have been on that podcast, but it all goes back to 2017 in August when the chief constable ended up getting suspended. I think he was one of the divisive ones. And this is just my opinion. I think he didn't want to go, because we all know initially they didn't want to go forward in that case, and it ended up going.
Yeah.
Anyway, but I think that was after he got suspended and went through what he did. I think his name's Simon Byrne, and he ended up weathering that storm. But that was from within. That wasn't an external component that tried to do him. It was on the inside, and it was several people.
Yeah, that's an interesting aspect of what's going on with Cheshire Police. I don't know if Jonathan knows this, or Carl or yourself, OMF, about the relationship between Cheshire Police and the Sally Clark case. I think that they were related.
George, can you tell her what?
Yeah.
Was Cheshire Police involved in Sally Clark case? Is that right? Have I got
I
that
don't
right?
know, actually. I don't know which
Sorry,
area of the
Uh,
country she was from.
I'm just going to check that out. I think it was the case. Yeah.
Are you saying it's the same police force
I think
involved in
so.
the Sally
Yeah.
Clark case?
I think so.
Wow,
I think that's the aspect of it and then
that's
Sally
mad. If
Clark
that's
ends
the
up.
case,
I'm not sure. No, I'm not sure though. I'll have to check that out though.
wow.
Yeah, please carry on while I.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that either, Mark. I couldn't tell you. It seems like that's been discussed a few times, but I don't know for certain exactly.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, Sally Clark from Wilmslow, Cheshire.
Oh,
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, babies, but yeah, it's Cheshire Police again. It's the same
right.
police force. It's the same police
Yeah.
force.
So it would be safe to
That's
say.
actually a bombshell.
It would be safe to say Simon Beard he had 30 years on the job. So it'd be safe to say he'd been through that before. I'm not saying he was involved in it, but he had 30 years on the job. So
Yeah,
that's what I remember.
Well, exactly. I'm just going to recap on that.
It-
Sally Clark was a solicitor. She
Right.
sadly died, like back within 6 months of being exonerated. She died because she was so destroyed by the system. But she was a solicitor in where? In Cheshire.
In Cheshire,
So yeah, it's the
accused
same
of killing
venue.
three.
It's the same
But-
area.
Right. But guys, look at the pattern here. The pattern is Sally Clark was a solicitor. They raked her across the coals. Simon Byrne, chief constable of the Cheshire Police Department, raked him through the coals. And it sounds like both of those started off internally, right? And then you got Lucy Letby from Cheshire at the Countess of Chester Hospital, raked through the coals, right? You see the similarities and all that. And all three of those, if I'm sitting here thinking about it, they started off from within.
Well, yeah. I mean, the thing about Sally Clark is to do with a kind of rogue expert, as it were, saying that
Right.
a bit of an Evans. I can't remember if it's Southall or Meadow.
No, it was Meadows. It was Meadows.
It's Meadow, isn't it? It's Meadow.
Yeah, Roy Meadows.
Yeah,
Right,
Roy
but
Meadow. Yeah.
right, but Carl knows. Look, for someone as a solicitor, a lawyer, to be done by her own organization, that is a rarity. Am I not right, Carl?
But yeah, with Sally Clark, it wasn't really her own organization. I think it was just the sort of medical experts that came along and the police who claimed that she had shaken her babies to death.
That's
Right.
right.
And
There were two.
so she was falsely accused of shaking her babies to death.
Right, but lawyers out of the prosecutor's office would have to agree with, is what I'm saying.
Oh,
They normally
yeah.
don't eat their own.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Because she was a lawyer, they would have said no.
Yeah.
She wouldn't do that.
Yeah, they normally
But-
don't eat their own. That's
Yeah,
for
it's
sure.
true. That's true, actually. Yeah.
Right, that's interesting. Yeah, I never
Yeah,
thought
yeah.
about that from her.
Because even the Crown, because all the people even making decisions in the Crown Prosecution Service are lawyers.
Correct.
So
Right.
So,
That's what
yeah,
I'm saying.
they-
Each
so
one of
you-
those have an internal component.
yeah. So that's it's true. Very true.
Yeah, it's just, it's some of the feelings that I have about it. And, to go back and look at for instance, the Cheshire Police Department's problems, as we talked about the other week. Carl, I don't know if you've Googled that department or not, but it seems like they've let a lot of people go, and some of them have left in lieu of being let go. And I would love to know, and I hope Mark McDonald looks into this to see. Well, Carl knows what I'm talking about. And when you start working cases, if somebody's got a tattered past on the case or something happened, the police department try to do everything they can to keep from that getting out. And I have my suspicions that, out of all the people that worked on that case, the Lucy Letby case, out of that police department, there's got to be at least one. And I'm hoping that I talked to Professor Gill about working up the statistical analysis on that, see what the probability is that at least one out of that group of folks in the Cheshire Police Department worked on the Lucy Letby case, that something happened in, as far as an internal investigation, whether they were forced to leave or whether they left on their own free will. And Carl could probably tell you this. See, good defense attorneys, that's where they start digging. They start digging in that kind of thing right away.
Mm-hmm.
And I wonder if it was ever dug into.
It's true, but interesting. If you look at the history of Cheshire Police over the last 15 years or so, they've lost quite a lot of senior officers through loads of different things, from corruption to
Yeah.
mishandling data and all
Yep.
sorts of things. There's loads. If you Google it, there's loads of terrible stuff about Cheshire Police.
Right. That's what I'm
Online.
telling you, Carl. I went through there and I was shocked. Not only the upper management, but the mid-level and the ones at the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
Some of it's horrific stuff that they've been doing. I mean, I don't even want to say it on here, to be honest with you. It's that bad.
Oh, yeah. It is quite a questionable police force.
And you know why I suspect that, Carl, that they might have had a bad apple working on the Lucy Letby case, and this is just speculation, in my opinion, is because they're so secretive about interrogation videos. They don't want to release them to the public. You know, a lot of people, you know, the common folk, common citizen thinks, you know, when they see it on all these big networks, they see this, you know, short 2-minute clip of Lucy Letby interview and interrogation. They think it's the entirety of it. There was 3 interviews with her that went through several hours each. And what we get is a 2-minute clip. There's something in those, Carl, because if you think about
they're trying to hide something.
Yep. I believe they're trying to hide something. They're either trying to hide that somebody got in trouble that was working, maybe an interviewer, because, you know, those interviewers, they didn't stay on for the second and third interviewer. They changed them out, which I think is very odd, Carl. You know, the first interview on July 3rd, 2018, they didn't use those 2 anymore. They brought in Danielle Stonier.
Mm.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
That is strange. But
and you know, that's Carl. That's rare. I mean, normally when you start working a suspect in interview and interrogation, and you're going to change midstream, something happened. Either those interviewers, and this is just speculation, either they didn't agree. Either those first interviewers said, "Nah, you don't have the right person," and that's what I think happened. Yeah. Because remember, earlier on, they weren't going to go after her.
Mm-hmm. Can I just ask this question that Jonathan Brown's asking here about? There's a video today about Art of Law. I've seen this video. I haven't watched the video, but I'm aware of it, about this idea about Lucy deciding if she wants to waive privilege. I don't understand the term waive privilege. Does anybody else understand that?
I do. I understand that. What it means is any communication between yourself and your solicitor is privileged. So any advice that you get from your solicitor, any point of view that your solicitor has, it's up to you and your solicitor whether that gets released to the court,
right,
or to the prosecution. And what the debate is about is whether the advice that she gave the solicitor or the solicitor gave her about calling expert witnesses, because one of the issues is whether she should be allowed a retrial, because the evidence that's being presented to the CCRC is effectively old. It's something she could have obtained in the original trial. She didn't have to wait until the appeal. So they don't normally allow appeals if the new evidence is evidence you could have got in the original trial.
Yeah.
But what they need to know is whether, because obviously the new evidence is coming from expert witnesses, so what they need to know is why she didn't call expert witnesses in the original trial, which is privileged information. She doesn't have to provide, but if she doesn't provide that information, there's a good chance that the CCRC or the Court of Appeal will reject her application.
So she should she needs to kind of do it then. She basically
she needs to reveal, between her and her sister, they need to reveal why they didn't call expert witnesses in the original trial.
It's a kind of form of revealing your defense in a sense.
Because it might come out that the reason they didn't call the expert witness is because they felt that what they were going to say would work against her. And if that's the case, then that is kind of not helpful to her appeal in some sense.
Yeah. Thank you. That really helped. That's great. I'm really glad that I understand that a bit more now, because I didn't know what it meant. But
Yeah.
that's a good. I'll check that video out as well. Art of Law. He's done a number of Art of Law has done a number of videos about Lucy Letby, and that's great. There's so many other things coming through now. I think the police want a cup of tea, says Liz. I think the police don't want us to see how innocent Lucy looked and sounded in her interviews. That's absolutely. I think that's right.
And
Doesn't
I
want
think she probably broke down and cried quite a bit, I would
Yeah,
imagine.
I would
yeah,
think so too.
And they
Yeah,
don't
I
want to
would think
show
so.
her crying because they want to
No,
keep that narrative that she was a cold
right,
killer. It
yeah.
right.
doesn't play into the cold killer
I
sort of
agree.
Correct. I agree
narrative.
with that, Carl. Yeah, I think
Yeah,
she was a wreck most of the time.
That's
yeah.
right. That's right. I've watched like hundreds of I'm really into interrogation interviews, and most of them are in America, but they're not exclusively. But they're fascinating things to watch. And this is conspicuous by its absence, isn't it? Because it's not
It
there.
is.
They're not showing
Yeah.
us. They're not showing us the interview.
You know,
Especially when you watch. I don't know if you've I don't know if you've all watched 24 Hours in Police Custody.
Yeah, I've watched things like
And
that. Yeah,
they show the interviews. They show a lot of they show a lot more than
yeah.
we've
right.
seen in the Lucy Letby case. So there's no reason why they couldn't show more material from her interviews.
It, it, it,
There's nothing
it's
preventing it.
it's very
Carl,
conspicuous how little there is. It's a clue, isn't it? It's a massive clue.
I think they got reasons, but they
They
don't
got
want you to
reasons.
know them. Oh,
They
they
got
got
Oh yeah,
reasons.
yeah.
reasons.
They got
Well,
Yeah,
reasons.
I suspect I
Yeah,
know what the reasons are. I think we all know
yeah,
suspect what the reasons are.
yeah.
And
Exactly. Right,
yeah.
right.
I
And
mean,
we
at the
just
end of the day,
discussed some of them.
yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, the way I look at the Lucy Letby case is that she was framed, and I use the term framed because I feel that they knew they didn't have enough evidence against her, or I knew they did. They knew they didn't have any evidence, so they needed to tailor the information to make her look guilty, even though she was. They didn't know. I mean, maybe the police trusted the consultants, so maybe the police thought she was guilty, so we're going to help them out by making her look guilty, even though they haven't got a strong case.
mm.
So effectively, that's framing
All right,
someone.
young fella.
In,
Have a great weekend, sir. Monday shall it be?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
It's a weird kind of framing, because it's a framing in a situation in which there's no crimes at all, isn't it?
yeah,
Because it's that element as well that there's no
yeah,
crime there.
but
Yeah.
I'll give the police the one sort of get out is that they're not medical experts, so they had to
No.
trust the medical experts to tell
Yeah.
them whether there was a crime. They had no idea of knowing because they're not experts in that area of sort of forensics or whatever.
That's
And
true. That's true. But they've got Dewey Evans telling them about multiple other cases, maybe 25, maybe 50, depending on the reports that you read, of
mhm,
all these other suspicious cases that they all let go. The police let them go, and the
mhm.
police aren't saying, "Well, hold on, who is this guy that's telling us about all these things we can't pin on Lucy?" In other words, there's this kind of cynicism from the police there, because they're accepting all these different things coming from their main man, and
but
they're not dealing with it.
all right. Have you guys seen the interview? There was an interview on BBC News a few years ago. It was probably like
Monday.
15 years ago or so.
All right.
They
Monday
I
shall
think
it
it
be?
was someone who was supposed to be an expert in cyber security,
Mm.
but it turned out that the person they were interviewing was the taxi driver who had brought the guy over to the studio for the interview, but they didn't
Right.
realize it was the taxi driver. And so the taxi driver sat there being interviewed as if he was the cyber expert
Yeah.
and bluffed his way through this interview. And you could see after about 30 seconds that this guy knew nothing about cybersecurity. But they continued with the interview despite the fact that it was clear that this guy was just a taxi driver. And
Yes.
I think that's kind of what happened, because I think it was the embarrassment of being on live TV on BBC News. It was live because it was like back in the News 24, BBC News 24. I think you can find it on YouTube, the clip. And I
Yeah.
think it's the same sort of situation where, you've gone in so far with Dewey Evans, the whole world is watching, like the media is watching your investigation and your involvement of an expert, and medical expert, and you can't turn around and say to them, sorry, this guy's an idiot. Because it makes you look bad, because you
Yeah, that's
employed him.
true. They've
So
invested. They've
yeah,
invested.
they've
Yeah.
invested, so they've got to carry on. They've got to kind of, wing it and ride the ride the
That's
bad
true.
wave.
That is true, but they are implicated, because if they've seen their man
You
give.
guys are going out. I'm losing you. It's just me and Carl on here now.
Oh,
I'm sorry. Can you hear me now? Can
I
you
can
hear me
hear
now?
everyone. I can hear everyone.
Yep, I can hear everyone.
I'll go forward. If Evans,
Maybe it's mine. I don't know.
it could be OMF.
Battery and good bars. I don't know.
If Evans keeps sending them more and more cases that they got no further action with,
Mm-hmm.
they should wake up to it and say, well, this guy's seeing deliberate harm everywhere, whether Lucy Letby's on duty or not. And it
Mm-hmm.
should be incumbent upon them to say, well, hold on, how reliable is he with regard to the cases that we are prosecuting? But they don't do that. They just let it all slide. They let it all slide away, just
But then,
leaving the stuff that they can work with. Do you see what I
then to a
mean?
certain extent,
Yeah.
so good.
Well, although barristers aren't, although policemen aren't medically trained and medical experts, I've got 22 years of sitting in conferences with barristers, and it's incredible how much they really know about the area of their expertise. Although, so I'm very sceptical that they can be blamed for not. They're not completely innocent about the medical issues. They know a lot about it, but
Mm-hmm.
so I'm very cynical about their motives, really.
Yeah.
They've invested a lot of money, and then there's a whole hierarchy of the police. They've got a juicy case. They want to make their name. They want to make their stripes. There's all that going on at the same time. A lot of money's go. It's almost as though by 2020, so they've arrested Lucy Letby in 2018, 2019.
Mm-hmm.
That's right, isn't it? Are they going to give up in 2020? Are they going to push forward? Are they going to let it all drop? Is it? I don't know what the dynamics are there in terms of have they already spent like about £5 million or whatever, £4 million or whatever, and are they going to let it all drop? Is it almost like, is that what's driving it, the money, or what is it, or the fixed idea that they've got to get their
I think it's everything. I think it is the money. I think it is the fact that they've got to save face because they've
yeah
invested so much time as well as everything else, and led the media down this path that she's guilty and so on. So I think there's so many different pressures, and they're trying to please the consultants, because I think a lot of people in society, they look at people like consultants and teachers as gods.
yeah
So they can't do a thing wrong. And I think police officers in particular, I've had it firsthand, not with consultants but with teachers, where my word against the teacher's word, the teacher must be telling the truth. And I'm talking
yes
about as an adult, as a fraud officer, my word against the teacher
yeah
must be telling the truth. Not
yeah
because, not for any other reason than that they're a teacher. And I think some people look at consultants, look at people, doctors in that sort of same light. Doctors don't lie. Doctors know what they're talking about, regardless of what the subject matter is. And,
yes
they're revered by people, by judges and by policemen. And That's a big problem.
That's absolutely right, Cole. And there's an additional element here in that those consultants were part of the investigatory team, in effect. They're almost like they're on the same team. Well, we don't want to let you down, so we're not going to go against you now after we've invested in you.
And they should have been suspects, but instead of treating them as suspects, they treated them. They embraced them into their investigation team, and it was totally.
Carl, have you ever heard of, I've never worked anybody like that, where you take the two complainants and say, hey, all right, I want you to go back in and get this document, that document. That's the most bizarre thing I've ever heard. I've never seen it in my career, and I've never heard of it.
What we would have done back in the day is we'd have gone in with a warrant and we would have confiscated all their medical records without them knowing. We'd have turned up on a day without notice and taken everything. Computers and would have taken everything.
And the doctor asked me on here earlier, what were some of the things that caused me concerned and why I started looking at this thing deeper. That was one of the things. That was one of the things that really stuck out to me was I never did it and I never saw anybody do that.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's totally bizarre. Totally bizarre.
Yeah. It's all a form of being compromised in a sense. The police are compromised when they start dealing with those consultants in the way they dealt with them. Really, their investigations are compromised.
Well, Mark over here and Carl, I don't know, he could probably speak to it for over there, but over here, the court would probably, and I'm not a lawyer, but the court would probably look at that as you're using an individual as an agent for the police department or for the state, and it would be frowned on. That you're not supposed to do it. And I'm surprised they got away with it.
Well, the judge should have criticized it. He should have brought it up and warned the jury about sort of forming opinions based on that. But he didn't. He overlooked it completely.
Yeah.
Right. Well, Carl, that brings up an interesting point because couldn't some of these things that I've discussed and you've discussed and everyone else, wanting to tell the other side of the Lucy Letby story, aren't some of those things that Mark McDonald can go to CCRC with or fresh or new? Some of those things would be considered exculpatory evidence that, obviously wasn't turned over to the defense. I mean, aren't those things piling up too that would get around just the medical aspect of things?
So what sort of things do you mean?
Like different exculpatory problems, such as, Detective Sergeant, I don't want to say her name because I've seen it written two different ways. Those notes were leaked out, and those notes are contradictory to what Dewey Evans' testimony was in the court.
Yeah.
Exculpatory. I could go on with a list, but I don't have them on the top of my head. But aren't some of those things at least matters that could go before the CCRC and work towards Lucy's appeal in that regard, and not just put the eggs all in one basket under the medical aspect of things? Because here's where the pickle has happened. Just like you said about now, this red herring is what I call it about her having to disclose, what was it, privilege, I think? I can't remember the exact wording of it, and see, they're always going to look for an angle. And when I say they, I'm talking about the guilters. The guilters cult is always going to look for an angle, a technical angle, to get out of it. And I always feel that Mark McDonald needs to look at the technical avenues such as exculpatory evidence, which I believe has been, there's a plethora of it, and it's been withheld from the defense from the very start. And he needs to start compiling a list of that. I don't know that I don't think he should use it all at one time, but it should be like a trickle-in effect, because once you use it and you lose it, you can't get back in there, is my understanding.
Well,
but you know what I'm saying, Mark? Like a multi-prong approach.
Yeah,
I can see what you're saying, but I think what he might be doing is, first of all, attacking it from the medical, like the what do you call it, medical expert perspective, and if that fails, then he'll attack it from the next. Yeah, rather than throwing them all at the Court of Appeal the same
Gotcha.
time. I'm just taking one aspect at a time and
Good.
see which one's going to stick.
Right. Well, I think in order to get around this problem that she's having now, as far as like we just discussed, I think the best way to handle that is, okay, you got a problem with that. I think now is the time to put in, one more egg in that basket to say, okay, well, besides this, here's the problem that we have with exculpatory evidence that should have been disclosed to the defense earlier on, and that's going to possibly negate that problem that she's running into now, and may alleviate her from having to even give that up. I'm not a lawyer, but if I don't know that I would have her give any of that information up to use against her. Because everything's used against her. Go ahead.
I don't think it would do any harm because she's already in prison.
Right.
And you know what I mean? What's the worst that could happen? That they
right.
Yeah, exactly.
So I think it's worth. I can't imagine what that sort of privileged information would contain that would be too damning. The worst thing it could say is that the expert witnesses think that it will make them giving evidence will make her look guilty. But that's just an opinion. That's just an opinion. It doesn't matter.
But Carl, you all probably have this old saying over there too, that lawyers always say, never ask a question you don't know the answer to.
I say that all
remember
the
that?
time.
Yeah, exactly. Right. It always comes back to haunt them. And that's my fear. Right.
As a fraud officer, when I was interrogating suspects, I had to know the answer to all their questions before I interrogated them.
Right.
Because I needed to know when they were lying. And if I had the answers already and then they told me something different, then I know they're lying. And so I know what I'm dealing with.
Right. But that's where they make mistakes a lot of times, with defense attorneys even. They go in court and they ask somebody sitting on the stand a question that they're not really sure what the response is going to be. And sometimes it's, it tears the case up and it's unexpected, and I just hope that that doesn't happen. And I'm hoping that there's a multi-pronged approach to this CCRC thing.
But I think Mark McDonald's just going in with the strongest thing first, and the strongest thing is the evidence that no crime was committed. That's got to be the strongest thing you can go in with. If there's no crime, there shouldn't have been a trial. They've got to release her. No retrial, no nothing, because there was no crime.
Right, and if that's her contention and that's what she's going to say, and that's why she didn't call any witnesses, I think that's a damn good answer. If that's the answer, I think you're right. If that's her answer, that hey, my counsel Ben Myers told me this is the way that we're going to proceed because I did nothing wrong. I stand by the fact I did nothing wrong. So why should I present a defense to something that I know in my heart I did nothing wrong? And that should be the angle, if that's the case, and hopefully it is.
Yeah.
Can we think of another case similar to this? It might not be about a medical case in which somebody was convicted of a murder and then later on they were exonerated because there was no crime committed. There was no crime. There are examples, but I can't think of anything off the top of my head. There's got to be examples of that.
The Sally Clark case is one of them.
Sally Clark, yeah, that would be one of them.
There was no crime, Sally Clark.
Yeah, there's no crime there. Yeah, well, in all those cases, Angela Canning's and there's a Trupti Patel. They're all the same, actually, aren't they? And indeed, Lucia de Burke. So it's all the medical ones, isn't it? It seems.
It seems to be.
What's the name of the nanny who was accused of shaking?
With the shaken baby. Yeah, the young. She was in America, wasn't she? She was like. Yeah, I got. Oh, what's that? I'll look that up quickly.
I'm not sure.
Or was she? Was it in America? Or was it in the UK?
It was in America. She was. Her name is Louise Woodward. She's British, but she was in America.
Oh, that was it, Louise Woodward.
Yeah, Louise Woodward. I mean, that happened a long time ago. That was in she's born 1978, but it happened in.
Because I always thought she was guilty, but because of the way the media portrayed her. But now, having watched some more recent videos, I'm starting to think she was totally innocent, and it was just like the Sally Clark case, because the whole shaken baby thing is
Yeah,
just made
yeah.
up by quacks. You know, there's no kind of I don't think there's any kind of real examples, proof of somebody ever shaking a baby to death.
I don't know, but with regard to Louise Woodward, it says here she was 18 years old, charged with murder, and she spent 279 days convicted of involuntary manslaughter. And in 2002, she graduates from the London South Bank University. She's been released, you know. So
Yeah,
yeah, that was one of these ones. So that's an example. Yeah, that's one
yeah,
of those.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with the case.
Yeah, it goes back a little bit, but she's a British nanny
Hmm.
working in America for an American family that was convicted. It's to
Right.
do. It's often to do with infants, then, isn't it? Because of
yeah.
what can happen to infants
Mm.
through other causes, really. But also elderly people as well. And then we're coming into the cases of Colin Norris, I think, and
Ben Geen.
Ben Geen, yeah. And then we're into insulin territory as well again, you know, big time. But I think Mark McDonald represents Ben Geen, doesn't he?
He does, yeah. He does.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he does represent him, yeah.
He does, yeah.
And Colin Norris, this is a big thing. So within a matter of weeks, this is a big thing that might affect Lucy Letby's case. Colin Norris's appeal is happening in May, within a matter of a few weeks. Now, the people he was accused of killing weren't babies, but nonetheless, it was to do with the insulin aspects.
Mm-hmm.
So it might
So is it actually going to the Court of Appeal then?
Yes, it is in May. Yeah, it's due this May. Yeah,
Good gracious.
Colin Norris, and he's been in prison for the best part of 20 years. So this is a big potential inflection point there related to insulin now.
Yeah.
That could be capitalized upon by Mark McDonald potentially to do with insulin. Maybe. It's different with elderly people because there's a different range of conditions that they may have, which might create this kind of hyperinsulinism and stuff like that, isn't there?
Yeah.
Hey, Mark, what did you think about Peter Elston's interview with Michelle Warden the other day?
Oh, it's fantastic. Yeah, I thought it was. Yeah, it's fantastic, and it homed in. I thought of you because of your focus on
Right.
what was happening and prior to the babies coming to the
in the maternity ward.
Maternity obstetrics.
Yeah, I always suspected it, and when I heard her say it, I was like, yeah, that's she's spot on actually. And you know the sad thing in all that, here's a nurse, an advanced nurse, neonatal practitioner with 30 years of experience, is also a registered midwife who actually delivered babies, right, with 30 years of experience. And she wasn't called in to give her expertise about the Countess of Chester Hospital. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
Crazy.
She probably delivered more babies and took care of more babies than Dr. J and Dr. Brewery and all the gang of 7 combined, I would bet.
You're talking about Michelle Warden, aren't you? So yeah,
correct. Yeah.
Yeah, and they don't want somebody like that there messing up their case. That's what it is.
Yeah.
They don't want her there.
And right. And like we were talking about earlier with Carl, is that all these things that started leaking out. I think there's going to be more leaks. About what David. What's his name? I always get his name mixed up. From the Unheard.
From Unheard. David. I've said his name 100 times tonight. What's his name?
Yeah, I keep drawing a blank, and I know it.
Yeah.
But you know who I'm talking about from the Unheard.
Yeah.
I don't think it's Stone. I think it's something else. But
oh gosh.
For some reason, his name escapes me. But he just did that interview. That we talked about, and you know, he's talking about these email leaks now that give up information. You know, Carl, you may agree with me, but I think that's exculpatory evidence as well. And then the notes leaked from that detective sergeant, that's exculpatory evidence that should have been given to the defense. And it goes all the way back to what was leaked out about Professor Jane Hutton when the prosecutor's office told the police department, hey, no, let's not use her. We don't. And that was never disclosed. It's my understanding. All those things are, I think, elements to something that Mark McDonald can put together and go to the CCRC with, coupled by many more, of course.
I think that's what he'll do next if this current application fails. But I don't think it would. I would be shocked if it fails simply because the weight of the evidence from the medical experts, you know, and the fact that these are the most respected men and women in that field.
Right.
It's got to be more significant than anything that Darry Evans has ever said.
Right. Well, one thing's for sure, Carl, it's never going away. And if it were to not go in Lucy Letby's favor, I can imagine it's just going to get, you know, tenfold what came out of the woodwork the next go around, you know, because people are going to be like, no, wait a minute. We're not going to stand for this. And, you know, I think there'll be more and more people on board continuously. What do you think?
Well, yeah, I think that, well, put it this way, if this appeal fails, I will be organising a demonstration outside the Countess of Chester Hospital. Even if it's just on my own, and I stand there on my own with a placard, I will be there for at least a whole day. Because, you know, it's just criminal. The whole thing, the behaviour of the consultants, the behaviour of the police, the judge, and everything. It's the most corrupt case I've ever seen in the UK. It's the most corrupt case.
Yeah. It's
well, you know, Carl, it's interesting when you talk about like the Countess of Chester Hospital, and I go back to what the doctor asked me first, and I had to ask him again because it didn't sink in about the question he asked me when I first came on here. Carl, you know what seemed odd to me was Countess of Chester Hospital was never treated as a true crime scene that I can see or that I can tell. I don't know what you all think about that, but there's no evidence that it was ever treated as a crime scene at a spot where they say one of the most notorious serial killers in modern times did all these crimes, but yet it stayed open to my knowledge. It was never cordoned off. It was never shut down. It was never examined. You know, when Paul Hughes talks about every stone unturned, no stone unturned. I don't know that there was ever a stone turned over at Countess Chester Hospital. Do you all know of any?
Well, thanks for mentioning that. But I think there was nothing about the physical scene that was protected. And the whole case is built on pieces of paper. It's all about notes.
I've never seen any testimony about examination of blood gas analyzers that examined some of these initial blood samples, and we had talked about how the CQC had found expired blood sample bottles on the children's ward. That's verifiable. It's in the report, but you don't hear about it in the Thurwall inquiry, and you didn't hear about it during the trials.
Well, Merlin Falcon, it's all about notes. It's all about these notes that Evans, that he says himself, this is a bunch of shabby, out of order, upside down, missing, out of date order notes, and yet he can do it in 10 minutes. It's all about pieces of paper. That's all of what it's about. That's what they're arguing about. There's the substance here. There's nothing else that's there. There's nothing visual, nothing that, I mean, the only outlying bit of information there that's different is Jay Aram saying with regard to baby K. That's the only thing that's a different type of thing there. Other than everything else is to do with pieces of paper. And there's nothing physical.
Well, Mark, I got to roll off of here, but if you're still on here when I get back up the road, you know, I got these 13-hour days.
Wow.
And that's why a
Gosh.
lot of times I can't, when I'm working, I can't respond or anything like that.
Oh no, sure. No, it's fantastic
So
to see you. Thanks so much for coming on.
if you guys are still going, I'll try to come back on here and as soon as I get situated. But I gotta go for now. Thanks, guys. Carl, Doc, Mark, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Cheers. Thanks
Thank you.
very much,
Nice talking
Merlin
to you.
Falcon.
Take
Great to
care.
see you. Thanks
Thanks,
very much
guys.
for being here. Take care.
Right. Bye now.
Got new friends now. You know, kick me to the curb.
There's quite good chat actually on the chat. That perhaps we should be looking at that.
Yeah, we should. There's a lot
In the chat.
going on in the chat as well.
I can't see it.
Mark
So,
McDonald, there was, what is
comments
Jonathan
it is?
Coe saying? Mark McDonald was on the phone to Lucy for 4 hours the other evening. Oh, right. Mark McDonald was on the phone to Lucy for 4 hours the other evening. She was a broken woman last summer, but now she's on the ball, quote, on the ball. So that's obviously Mark McDonald relating that. Where's that come from, Mark? Jonathan? Has that, do we know, has that been reported then? I guess that's been reported somewhere.
I haven't seen anything like that. I look very carefully for personal things with Lucy, but I haven't seen anything. I don't know where that's from.
Maybe Jonathan's talking to Mark McDonald directly or something.
Could be. It could be. I know Jonathan says he's in touch with people in the Cheshire Police Force, Cheshire Constabulary. So there's that.
But I mean, it's positive. It's positive that she's.
I mean, a lot of this stuff has to be back. I mean, Lucy Letby's not in a complete bubble, is she? Nor is her parents. So they must be aware of all this stuff going on in broad terms. David Davis, Shuley, they know about it all, don't they?
Mm-hmm.
They've got to know.
They know about it, but the trouble is, her being in prison gives her so little access to anything more than just the TV news. I mean, obviously she gets everything from her solicitors. Mm-hmm. By the way, I've written to Bronzefield Prison and asked them to let me know whether she actually gets my letters or not. So I'm awaiting a reply from them.
Oh, good. Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, I think she's obviously getting visits as well, isn't she, from her friends and maybe family, or family obviously, but friends as well, possibly. I don't know, but it's got to be being communicated to her. She's going to know that there's a lot of people that don't believe that. Well, there's a lot of people know she's innocent. I think it's got to be. It's got to be. Yeah. What else have we got here? Post office cases based on statistics. Well, yeah, but in the Lucy Letby case, they kind of then denied that statistics was anything to do with it. So, but then they're just a bunch of knobs, aren't they? But yeah, the whole thing's a basket case. The legal system is just. I'm not saying everything is wrong with it, but a lot of it's wrong with it.
It's a mess.
Mark is sloshed. Do I sound sloshed? Do I sound a bit drunk? I've had a bottle of port. I've drunk a bottle of port during this live. Really? So I think I'm doing pretty well. So thanks, Mervyn. Yeah, that's probably right. Australian journalist CR. What does Mervyn? Jonathan Coe says Australian journalist says after CCRC submission, Mark gave interview. Oh God, that's interesting. So it's almost like we're hearing things through other media now, aren't we? What you were saying, Carl, and you were saying earlier, Jonathan, it's happening worldwide.
It is, yeah, definitely.
We're getting little bits that we don't hear over here. We're getting it via other media.
Well, I mean, that's why you can tell it's probably the worst miscarriage of justice ever in this country. The fact that the whole world has got interested in it, and if you look at other cases. Even I don't even think the post office. I never saw any reports from America or anywhere about the post office case.
No,
and that's a bad case. That's a terrible case. But nobody was interested. But I think they were interested because she's supposed to be the most prolific serial killer in British history.
Yeah.
But and so I think that's the problem. When you label someone, so you better make sure that they are really that person. Because if they're not, people are going to quickly find out that they're not the person you claim they, because they're going to be scrutinizing it.
Exactly.
And that's what
they've
blew up in their
overplayed their
face.
hand, haven't they? Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, that's what made it blow up in their face, is that they turned her into the biggest serial killer in British history, and the whole world decided to scrutinize the case and realized that it was a load of nonsense.
Well, absolutely, Carl. They've overplayed their hand in every respect. It's kind of hubris, and now they're reaping nemesis, which is their downfall, and that's what's going to happen. Everyone is calling me drunk. I don't think I'm drunk. I haven't got any cheese. Always have some cheese to wash down with a nice glass of port. I don't know, but that's another story. But this is interesting to me, that I think it is, isn't it? That we're getting it from everywhere now. You know, this is. I realise that back to the science, mate, is not going to be approving it. It's not going to. Cindy's upset.
What's going to happen to when she gets acquitted? What's going to happen with Susan Oliver? What is she going to say? Do you think she's going to do a video apologising or admitting that she was wrong? Do you think?
Well, Cindy's going to have to go into sort of some kind of care. There's going to be an intervention. The dog. Susan Oliver's going to be. I don't know, mate. I'm upset. You know, I don't know. It's not science. I think there's a kind of a through motif with all this, that whether it's Susan Oliver, crime scene to courtroom, these people are hooked. They're hooked on a feeling. You remember that song, Hooked on a Feeling? They're hooked on that feeling, and they're dragged into it, and it's all emotional. It's emotional for them.
Yeah.
You know, big time.
I'm still
they
here.
can't let it go. They can't let it go.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy, the whole thing. But
it's madness. Madness. Ashen Shen says Jane Tompkinson, the current CEO of the Countess, was behind the firing of senior nurses while she was finance director there, and she won the finance director award. Everyone wins awards from the HMFA for that. Oh, right. So you're saying that Jane Tompkinson was the finance director probably back in before Lucy Letby's time, that fired people like Jane Warden or restructured it and lost a lot of those Band-Aid nurses. Is that right? Yeah, I guess that's what that is. Thank you for that, Ashishen. Don't look pickled, Mark. Always have some cheese. I'm off now. Mark, you open the door, the port, you bring her home. Anyway, Helen Steen says, I think we've lost Carl for a minute.
No, I'm still here.
You're still here. Sorry, Carl. I thought we'd lost you.
Right.
A friend of mine wrote to Lucy, at Bronzefield Prison. Sometime later, his letter was returned with "not known at this address."
Wow.
Oh my God, that's weird. That's weird. It might be. Is that something to do with not having the prisoner number or something? Maybe.
Might be.
It could be that, couldn't it?
How many prisoners? Do we know how many prisoners are in that prison?
Let's have a
about
quick
500. It's the biggest women's prison in Europe. About 500 prisoners.
Okay, so maybe that's the problem, is that not everyone knows who she is.
I just think they do.
527, according to. So you're very close there, Jonathan. Wow. Yeah, 527. That's pretty close. And
it is possible that not everybody follows her case, though.
Well, I suppose that's true. Yeah.
So.
That is true. What I've always hoped is that the prisoners are in there who understand the real world way better than a lot of people in the justice system, and they know that she's innocent, and they're kind of protecting her. I've always wanted to believe that.
I think there are going to be some prison wardens who are up to date with the case and are going to be aware that she's innocent.
Yeah. I think so, and prisoners as well. I think they've got a kind of nose for this kind of thing, that they realise when somebody is
Yeah.
probably innocent. There probably is more common sense going around there, you know.
Well, they know who the tough ones are, the real criminals, and who are the sort of shrinking violets who are there
Yeah,
by misfortune rather than being criminals.
well, exactly, Carl. I'd like to think that in a weird way, she's in a place where she's being protected by people that are a bit harder, as it were, and they realise this person shouldn't be here, and it's unfair, you know. I'd like to think that, but
Yeah.
hopefully that is the case. Mervyn says she banned. What did he say? Mervyn says something. Oh, right. To do with Susan Oliver, yeah.
What's that?
That
What's
she's banned a lot of people from the channel, but your mother's upset, Cindy's upset. You got to go back to the science. So that's what's going on.
I like it when you do her voice. It's fun.
Well, the ducking, the ducking stool channel.
Yeah,
Ducking,
yeah. I
yeah.
haven't watched it
Oh,
for a
she's done
while.
some fantastic stuff with Susan Oliver as well.
Really? Oh, I need to watch
Yeah,
that then. I need to watch that.
there's some good stuff there. I mean, and she's done some amazing stuff with crime scene to courtroom. She's lit him up, just brilliant stuff there.
I haven't. Is he still going? I haven't seen a new video from him for a
He's
while.
gone back to the Essex Boys murders and Big Pat Tate and down the
Oh
lane
right.
and Land Rover and stuff like that. So you
Because
realise,
he only pops up on my like radar when he does Lucy Letby videos, because it comes up as something that I might want to watch.
yes, of course, yeah,
So
absolutely. I think he's a bit like pulling back a little bit. I think
yeah,
you can
because
he can feel the change, the winds of change, the winds of change. You know,
well he knows there's no future in what talking about her in the way that he's been talking about
there's no future, there's no coffee, there's no people
her.
joining the channel. There's nothing
Yeah.
like that. There's only people leaving. That's all there is in the future for him.
Well, I did warn him it's going to kill his channel if he continues talking about her as being guilty with all these press conferences proving that she's innocent.
He could turn it around. Could he not turn it around and actually do and like man up or whatever the phrase is, and go like, "I've got this wrong. I'm sorry, I've misled you," or like, "I've finally realised that actually she's probably innocent." He could do something good. He could pull something out of the fire.
Well,
But
Red Handed tried to do that, and I butchered them.
yeah, you did. You did. You could. But nonetheless, and that's fair enough, because I understand why you did, because they were absolutely vicious. But their change, and then if crime scene to courtroom changes, I think it could be part of the. I don't know. Well, what do you think, Jonathan? Do you think does it matter? Does it matter that kind of like people who are sticklers for
Well,
like sticking with the guilty? Does it matter if they change now or not?
well, I think the sadness with crime scene to courtroom is that at the beginning he seemed quite balanced. He seemed to be just reporting on what was going on in the trial, and I had a lot of respect
Yeah,
for him.
he
So
was.
it's just
He
such a
was during
shame.
the trial. Yeah.
It all seemed to be very. In fact, I got most of my early information from him, and I thought he was doing a good job. But it's a shame he's taken such a strong side. Really, I mean, in fact, he should really just remain entirely neutral and just report the facts in an entirely neutral way, and then he couldn't lose. Really, I think.
Yeah, he would have done
I
well
agree.
to do
I
that.
agree. Yeah.
Mm.
He could have carried on doing that, and he would have been like, I don't know. He jumped. He went one side, didn't he?
That's
He
right.
jumped. He went to the dark side, in my view. Went to the dark
But
side.
there's a lot to be said for just being the honest broker who just reports the facts and then
Yeah.
shows no opinion either way, and then you really are respected. You get the best respect if you do it that way, really.
That's true. I mean, I can't do that because I'm very right from the
Yeah.
beginning. I know where I'm at with it, but I would respect someone who is just reporting what is being reported. on in total, really. You know,
Mm.
I would, yeah. But he's got into owls and he's got into cemeteries and all kinds of crap. So it's hard to rescue him, really. You can't pull him back. And it's a cash cow for him. That's how he sees it. I think, you know, there's money involved for him with it.
Well,
So how
well,
does he make a lot of money and you don't?
I was going to
He has
say.
a lot more people watching his channel. Is that right?
Well, no, it's just the fact that it's an ongoing stream for him that he can keep, because he's got these transcripts, whether he's making them up or not, or he's got them. He's done a huge amount of videos with them, and obviously that comes.
It's suspicious, though. It's suspicious that because
It's suspicious, yeah,
it's
it is.
well, because he got them very early on. Probably the first person I remember on YouTube to claim that they had the whole transcript, and at that time, as far as I'm aware, it's still £100,000, isn't it?
Yeah, I believe so. And you're not meant to copy it to other people, like
Yeah.
send somebody a PDF with it. But I, d- I don't know. I don't know about that guy. I mean, he's. But I'd look at the ducking stall. She does a fantastic job with him. But she's brilliant. And then we're down to YouTube, actually, because the YouTube are playing a role here with strangling certain things. Because do you remember the ducking stall did a scene from Downfall with Hitler doing the
Yeah,
Lucy
yeah.
Letby thing? That should have got tens of thousands of views, because
It was hilarious. It was brilliant.
well, it was brilliant, but it was such a franchise in terms of that Hitler thing.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what you do that Hitler thing about that scene, that always gets lots of views. And I think there's something about YouTube clamping down on some of the videos, I think. Although some of them have done really well, haven't they? You know, some positive for Lucy have done really well.
Yeah.
So maybe it's not this is my theory, you know. Red-handed, that was the name of that channel. They said they were wrong.
Red-handed.
They were caught red-handed in there. So, good if they've changed their mind. That's good.
Well, I don't know. I just think they're going with what's popular at the moment.
Yeah.
Because
Well,
they were quite vicious. If you watch the original videos they did about her, it's
oh
very
yeah,
difficult to go from that extreme where they were to where they are now.
yeah, to soften it up, but I mean,
Yeah.
it's true, but it's weird. It's the dynamic of the true crime element on YouTube that I don't know. People seem to. I think the people, what we're doing, we're not talking, but this isn't about true crime, because there isn't even a crime. I mean, there is medical negligence, but there isn't a crime. So this isn't a true crime case for us. So, but for other people, it is.
Yeah.
And they're wedded to it. They're wedded to that stuff.
So Mark, you get really good reviews on your comedy, your funny videos, because I've read all the comments, and people really love it. I mean, is that something that your USP that brings people to you?
I don't know, because I started off doing the videos in August 2023, and it wasn't anything like that then. I was just completely trying to feel my way. I was just reading Dr. McLachlan's Substacks and interacting with the Science on Trial stuff going on. It comes about because of these, and Carl will appreciate this, I'm sure, from the kind of acting and theatrical point of view. These are kind of caricatures. There's some real caricatures going on here, aren't there?
Yeah.
They're not. They're weird. There's some weird ass characters going on here.
But you're very good at doing accents, you know, like the sort of Barry Evans and.
I lived in Wales for a few years. I don't know
Oh, right.
but Dowie Evans he's not right, is he? He's just not right. The
No.
guy's not right. He's
Well,
not.
you know when somebody says, "All right, this is my last interview," and then they end up doing another 30 interviews after that one. You know,
Yeah.
there's something not right about them.
Well, absolutely. I don't know. Has he got an agent, or somebody should have a word with him? But he's just like, I don't think he's. He's made a lot of money out of this, but it's just he's sold his soul basically, or he's. I don't know if he had a soul to begin with, actually. So I don't
No,
know.
I don't think he did.
I don't think he did. I think he's. I think he's unreachable on a human level, personally.
I think he would do, from the sounds of things, he would do anything for money.
Money and a kind of, you know when someone goes into politics and they get frustrated, and that's exactly his story, isn't it?
Yeah,
He wanted the top job
failed
at
politician.
Plaid Cymru, and he got knocked back.
Yeah,
He went in for an election, he got knocked back. I just think it's about his power, but obviously money and power are very closely allied, and
yeah,
he's a power merchant, and splitting up a daughter from a mum in the Bonnie and Linda Lewis case, that's all about power as well.
yeah, yeah.
That's his stock in trade. It's, he's talking like he's like I say, like a boxer, like winning 40 out of 41 fights. And he said it rankles with me that I lost one. So the guy's a mug. So
He's,
what's the chances of this absolute arsehole coming into play alongside that bunch of consultants?
I know, it's just such a toxic mix, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah,
that's,
absolutely.
I think that's the worst thing about this case, is that Lucy Letby has just been really unfortunate because she got the worst judge.
Mm,
You know,
mm,
she's working probably in the worst NHS trust with the most dishonest consultants, and then they got the most dishonest expert witness in the case. You couldn't make it up.
absolutely. She got the worst of everything. And
And then the worst defense as well.
yeah. I mean, some people, I can't figure out the defense. I know people then say, well, he did really well here and he's trying here, but there's other bits I just think I don't understand. I don't understand Myers. I don't understand him being so good in certain areas and then not calling Mike Hall, not calling Professor Hall, and I don't understand it. But
That doesn't really help.
Carl and Jonathan and people in the chat, have you seen the video by a liberated mind, who talks about his view that there was not an agreed fact with regard to, between the defense and the prosecution, that there was a poisoning? Have you seen that video?
I haven't seen it, no, actually.
It's really interesting how he does that, and it's really changed my mind about what may or may not have been agreed there in terms of what Myers' perspective was. We've only kind of had that was kind of handed down as an idea that it was a fully legal agreed fact, but I'm not sure it was either now after watching the Liberated Minds video.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's an interesting video, how he talks about Goss's statements in it and Myers's statements, and it's a different perspective on it.
Yeah.
It's one of those sort of shifting elements that has happened over time, I think, in the way we're viewing it. Sarita Adams thought at the time, back in 2023, she said she was in contact with a different KC who had advised that, oh, well, you can't challenge it. You can't challenge those insulin cases because it was an agreed fact. But I'm not sure. I think that was a bit of an overstatement now. And
Yeah.
I'm not sure it was, but
But
sorry, beg your pardon.
I was going to say, do you think the judge might have been compromised in some way, that maybe politicians or someone put a bit of pressure on him to make sure that because some of the things he said were extraordinary.
Yeah.
Like I've been in lots of court cases in the Old Bailey, and I've never heard judges say some of the most the outrageous stuff that he said.
What do you think, Jonathan, before I say what I think and the chat as
Well,
well?
I haven't. I'm all in the civil court, so I really don't know. I haven't got much experience of criminal, I have to say.
I think it's absolutely entirely possible that he was totally chosen for that job, and it was the right man for the job, as it were, a safe pair of hands that would do what was necessary to kind of put his hand on the scales. I think the phrase is, isn't it? I think so. I don't know. It's possible to misjudge people, but he doesn't seem right to me either. He doesn't feel right.
If you take into account two things, the fact that he made comments like you don't have to prove, or they don't have to prove that how she committed the crime or whatever. Was that
Yeah,
the correct
yeah.
wording? So
Yeah,
I
well,
mean,
exactly. So you don't have to know
how do you know if there's
the
a
method
crime
of
if you?
murder. Yeah, yeah.
So how do you know if there's a crime if you don't know how it was done?
Yeah. Well, exactly. That's a huge one. That's a huge
Yeah,
one, isn't it?
and then on top of that, he then ignored the recommendations of the other judge not to use Darry Evans. I mean,
Yeah,
and it was
he
quite
did
a
that.
strong sort of, nudge, sort of nudge. This guy's unreliable. Don't trust him.
Yeah.
Can I
Surely.
just correct something from the chat? I've just seen somebody write down that Myers and Johnson are in the same chambers. That actually isn't the case. There's an extremely strange coincidence that there is another Johnson KC who's got the same name, who is also a criminal barrister, but isn't the Johnson that.
Same.
So the Johnson who is in a chambers in Liverpool and is not in the same chambers. So this has been coming out quite a lot. There's been saying that they're in the same chambers. Well, they're actually not in the same chambers.
Okay.
Thank you. Thanks for that clarification. Yeah, I had heard that they were not, and it's an easy thing to misunderstand, isn't it, because of the name. No, with Goss, and the other thing with Goss is that he says in the retrial, he says you shouldn't consider anything else outside of this trial. But then he says, well, you can take into account all the other convictions, doesn't he? So he kind of contradicts that.
Yeah, well, that's true.
He did that as well. So there was no way that he's kind of telling the jury that, oh yeah, for God's sake, yeah, push it through as a guilty for the retrial, Baby K. He's kind of telling them to do it almost, isn't he? Really. And the bizarre thing about that retrial is that it was so insane, the way it was just allowed to. Oh, well, the CPS got all the door data wrong. Oh, it doesn't matter. Well, we'll make it fit a different way, and it gets through the jury. And is it not then the case that it's Goss's instruction that says, well, don't worry about any of it. Just consider who you're dealing with here. Look, you're dealing with a serial killer here.
Yeah. Don't worry about the fact that the data says she wasn't there. She did it.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't matter about the door data. You're looking at a serial killer. There she is. What are you going to do? Deliver. You've got to deliver it.
That's why I say it's like the behavior of the judge is like so bizarre. It's like I've never seen anything like it in my life.
It's outrageous. It's outrageous, and I applaud Lucy Letby for not going up to listen to his trash in that first trial and listen to him.
I applaud her.
I applaud her for that. Well done.
I mean, originally when it was announced that she wasn't going to, listen to, I think it was the sentencing hearing she refused to go to, wasn't it?
Yes, that's right. That's right.
Well,
That's
and
it.
I was incensed. I thought, God, she's a murderer. She needs to be there and hear it all. But now, knowing what I know about the case, I would have done the same as her.
I would, if I hope I would have done. I
I'd,
hope I would have done as well.
I'd have done the same as her because, if you know that you've just been railroaded into a conviction for something you didn't do, and you know that there was no evidence that you did it, then I think she's probably got absolute distrust and disdain for the justice system, because I would. I wouldn't trust anything to do with the justice system after this.
Well, this is us, and this is us, free people, and she's been in prison all those years before, and we don't trust it. So yeah, absolutely, she doesn't trust it.
Yeah.
She doesn't trust. Why should she? Why should she? I think she's spot on not trusting that. But like Mark McDonald said, she's got hope, and that's what I thought that was very touching when he said that. He's a different kind of guy, Mark McDonald. I think he has got a medical background. Is that right? Do you know that? Does anybody know that? He trained as a doctor originally.
Wow.
I looked him up. I didn't see anything about a medical background.
Yeah, I believe he originally trained as a doctor. I think I'll just.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, I think he was, and that adds another layer, doesn't it? I'll just see if I can find anything about that. I thought he was originally trained as a doctor.
He's got a Wikipedia. If you.
Has he got a Wikipedia?
I think he has.
Furnival Chambers. I did write to him, but they didn't. Wikipedia. No, he's not coming up. Scottish politician. That's not him. I thought maybe I've messed that up, but I thought he was a doctor.
I know he's got a background in politics. He was so.
Well, most lawyers become prime minister, don't they?
Yeah, an English, born in 1965. That's my age. Is this the same guy? Oh, I think this is him. Biography. I'll try and put this link up.
Yeah.
I'm born in 1965, so he's 59. Born in London, spent his childhood in Balsall Heath in Birmingham. Left school at 16. His first job was working in a factory as a labourer. Could this be him? Mark began working in a local hospital as a porter.
Wow.
I don't know if this is him. He was called to the bar in 1997.
Could be.
Yep.
Could be.
Mark worked for a number of years in the operating theatre, but became disillusioned with the National Health Service.
Oh, this could be why he's very young.
Yeah, so he has got a connection with the health, interesting in Palestinian human rights issues.
Yeah, that's him, I think, because I know
he stood for Parliament in Wantage in 2005. Oh gosh. I don't know. I don't know if this is him or not, but
I think it is actually.
Is that him?
I know he's got a political background.
It says he created the London Innocence Project.
That's it.
Oh,
yes,
yeah,
that is
him. That's him.
That's him. So right.
Yeah.
So he left school at 16. A lot of similarities with me. I did as well. But it stops there. Working Men's College in Camden, took A levels while he was, and went to University of Westminster, and he's working in the operating theatre, and then he got into the law. Yeah, so he has got a health background. So obviously he wasn't a doctor, but he worked in the health service. Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, very interesting actually.
An interesting guy. He's different. He's kind of and that's what you need in this, don't you? You need this.
Yeah.
I've lost the stream. Oh, there we are. Yeah, working class background, Birmingham. Yeah, that's him. A lot of people are saying that. Yeah, interesting guy. Well, I might bring the the stream to an end now. We're coming up to like 5 hours 13 minutes. That's pretty long.
Wow, that's a long stream.
I think that's
I think the
longest
longest
one
I've ever done is on my channel is 2 hours. That's the longest.
Yeah, 5 hours. Yeah, that's. But
Brilliant.
thank you ever so much for.
Well,
thanks, Carl,
lovely.
Jonathan, Mervyn, and
Thanks for letting
OMF,
me
and everybody else and everybody in the chat, and everybody who's listened and all through and commented as well. It's been fantastic. I think it's been a really good conversation.
It has.
Wonderful. Okay, well, keep doing your videos, all right?
Cheers, and it's good to touch base, isn't it, and really kind of see where we are at different points in this. And thanks very much, everybody. Cheers,
Okay.
Jonathan, Carl,
See you
and
then.
Mervyn, if you're still there, and OMF.
Take care.
All right.
Cheers,
Bye.
all the
Bye.
best. But good night, everybody.
All right. Good night.
Bye. Good night. Good night, everybody in the chat. Bye. 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 Bye, Pat. Bye, everybody.